Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is 17-part video series showing you how to create MG building. Let's get started. So let's start by opening a new architecture template. So click on new, go to drop down and then click on architecture template and then press OK. Once it's open, what we're going to do is we're going to save this. So go to file and go to save as. And then we're gonna click project and then go to the location you want to save it. I'm gonna save it right here. And then we're gonna do condo. And then here under option, you can choose how many maximum backups do you want. So every time you keep on saving, it's gonna add one more. And then eventually once it hit 20, it will save on the first one that you do. So here I'm just gonna limit this to probably 5 is enough so that we could still go back if we saved it and then we wanted to go back to the previous save, we could just open that one as well. So here you just need to press OK and then save on the location. So once it's saved, as you can see, we started on level 1. Now, what we're gonna add first is grid lines. Usually grid lines help me let you know where we're gonna start. And then usually in construction, that's where the position, where the location of the um, columns are. And then it also tells you the distancing of each. So it's very helpful in terms of architecture, structural, and engineering for that sense. So here, the more main purpose of us adding grid lines is for our coordination. So every time I say go to A1, A2, or those kind of stuff, you will know where to go, and um, everybody can follow. So in grid line, we just need to click on GR or under architecture, it's right here on the right side. So you can click here or type in GR for short. So let's click on grids. And then here, that's the grid bubble. That's the diameter of the bubble. And then now let's add in a vertical first. So if this is number 1, um, once you add another one, so I'm just adding one, and then once you add another one, it will be consistent with whatever you add this. So now I'm planning to change this, so I'm just gonna double click and then type in capital A. So that's our first grid line. You can zoom in and zoom out from there. After that, um, so we have our grid line. You can click on, so it's still selected. Um, if you just click on copy under modify, or you can type in CO. So that's copy now, like that. So if you type CO, that's the short. And then you need to click on multiple. Okay. So that we could just keep on adding grid lines. So now for the first one, just click on the grid line again, and then just move it on the right side. So from the right side, we're going to keep on adding our grid line. So if you notice, I'm going to type in 6,000. And then it's gave us our spacing, our offset of 6,000. And as you can see, it will be consistent with the sequence. So let's do it again. Make sure it's 90 degrees or without an angle. So now 6,000, another 6,000, 6,000 again. So that's 6,000. And then now going to E, that's 2660. Next, it will be 4,000. So let's move this. It's around 4,730. Next will be 8,600. Let's need to move this back so that we have more space. Let's do 10,930. Next will be 4,640. Again, it will be 3,400. Next will be 6065, and then 9820, 6065 again, 2845, and then 3335. So here I made a mistake here, so I'm just gonna do it again. So from L, copy, multiple. So click on copy again, and then just move it on the right side. This will be 6065. Make sure this is like that, 2845, and then 3335. So I'm gonna add in dimensions once we finish this one so that everybody can follow again. And then let's add in our horizontal grid line. So you could just click this again, or GR. So that's grid line. And then let's use numbers now. So I'm just gonna do it like this, and then zoom in, and then click on the bubble. So number 1. After that, press escape, click it again, and then click on copy or CO. Drag this one below, and then we could type in 8785. Next will be, so just move it all the way down for now so that we could just keep on typing. 8815, 7525. Move it again. 5600, and then 4865. Press escape and then escape again. Now, if you notice, we need to move this one more on below. So if you click one of the grid lines, as you can see, there's a break line, and that represents that once you move this, everything will be moved. So here, we're just going to move everything like that. So it's very simple. And then let's move this one as well. So it will follow on all the grid line. And here, because we're going to add in some dimension, we need to move it upwards as well. Now, these are elevations. So once we build our models, you need to move this one as well so that everything will be shown on the view for the elevation. So what you need to do is you just need to select that like that, and then you could just move it like this. So we're gonna put it in the midpoint. So in the you can estimate it from the middle like that. this one as well. So just select, and you could use even move command, MV, and then you could just estimate it in the middle like that. Here as well. So you just need to select that, and you could just keep on dragging like that. So everything will be shown, and even here. Okay, so everything will be seen for the elevation point. Now we could just click on the dimension. So you could just type in DI or that one under modify. We're going to zoom in so that every dimension will be clicked onto the grid line. So as you can see, that's why the grid line is very important as well. So most of the time you put it on every grid line like that. And then you put another one for the overall. So now what we have is 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, and so on and so forth. Hopefully you guys can follow. And then here, number 1 to number 2 as well. So the horizontal will have its dimensions. And then let's put in overall like that. So we started 87, 85, and those ones as well. So now that our grids are done, what we could do is we could add in our levels. So what will happen is level 1, so ground to second floor, or first floor to second floor will be different. And then third floor is the one for the circular level. We started from there. And then going up, we're just going to keep on copying it. So copy to clipboard, or we could group it so that if we change one, everything will change. So we're going to do that on following videos. But for now, we need to create the base first. So first floor, second floor, and then the third floor. And then what we need to do is we need to go to our elevation. So let's go to our south elevation. And then what we need to do here is we need to add our levels. So here, if you zoom in, we need to move this one all the way to the right side so that it covers everything. So here, you just need to select one and then just move it all the way at the end, like that. And similar to the grid lines, the level will follow as well. As you can see, it shows a dashed line. Those are temporary dash line just to show you that it will move on everything. And then here, our grid lines our vertical grid lines. We need to push it all the way to the top so that everything will be covered, because we're gonna add multiple levels right here. Okay. And then once we add our levels, we need to add in our floor plans right here. So that will be shown as well. So let's finish this first. So I'm just moving it, estimating all the way to the top, because level 1 to level 2, I'll just maintain that to 4,000, because those are for retails and then offices as well. So 4,000 is more than enough for that. And then here, what I can do is you can click on level 2 and you could use copy command. So CO or this icon under modify. Click on that. Multiple is already checked, so that's good. That's perfect. And then what we could do is we could just click that and then move it at the top like that, so that we could just type in 4,000. So level 2 to level 3 will be 4,000 as well. So it will include it like that. Now, for the third floor, that's our condominium area. So that's our residential. So we're just going to put it 3,000. I think that's more than enough. We could put it at 32,000, 3,200, but we'll just maintain 3,000 for this, and so on and so forth. What you can do is you could use this copy command. So that's gonna be that's a lot of stretching and then typing. Or what we could do next to make it faster is we could just we could just click on level. So this is actually what we could do too, is to click on level, and once you click that, you could click on this spec line, and from this spec line we can offset this to 3,000. So we just need to keep on clicking 3,000, and one of the check mark here is the make plans view. So once we click this, and as you can see, there's a temporary dash line there indicating that it will add another level there. It will create the floor plan as well here. So right now we don't have 3, 4, and 5 showing here. That's because we need to go to view, and then we need to click on plan views, floor plan. So let's save it later on, and then we need to select level 3 to level 5. So we need to highlight everything. So hold on shift and click on level 5, and then press OK, and it will appear on that. Let's go back to south elevation. So now that everything is, the floor plan is already here, what we can do now is we can go back to architecture and click on level. So LL, click on pick line again, offset this to 3,000. And then here, we just need to click on that. It will then create level 6 and so on and so forth. And then all the floor plans will be appearing here instantly. So there is a lot of ways to do this. So here, I think this one is the best way because everything will be shown right here, and you don't need to go to floor plan to view and go to floor plan to create those floor plans anymore. There's also another way of creating levels is by going to modify and creating an array. Those ones, I've shown it into my massing, uh, and then those massing, in place massing, I showed you how you guys can create this one fast. So just check those videos out so that it's easier for you to create multiple levels instantly. But this way as well, it's good. Couple of seconds is a no problem as well. So here, let's go up to 35 so that we don't need to stretch too much anymore. I think that's the best way. So we have our levels, we have our grid lines, and we have some dimensions. So we're ready to go to the next level by adding walls to our ground floor or level 1. And then after that, go to ground 2, our level 2, and then we're going to do our typical floor plan, which is circular. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up the levels, the grid lines, and added some dimensions. So now we're going to continue working on this by adding the walls for the exterior. So here we're under architecture and we're going to click on wall. Once you click that, we have a basic wall generic 200 millimeters. We could use this by just clicking on edit type and then duplicate, and then we could just rename this as exterior wall number 1. So if you choose one of the different kinds of walls that already pre-installed, what you guys need to do is go to edit and then just delete everything. And then here we have core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. This is something that you cannot delete. So this one is already grayed out. So what we need to do here is the thickness. We're going to maintain the 200 thickness, and then we're just going to change the material. So here we're just going to use clad white or whatever white you have. If even gypsum wallboard, you can just use it. So usually I start with my base material to be just white, and then after we add different kinds of walls or floors and whatever, we add different materials so that when we go to Twinmotion, we can change it instantly from that program. So we need to differentiate different kinds so that we can change all of them. So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna press OK, and then here we're gonna use this line, and then we have our exterior wall right here. And what we need to do is we need to change this to level 2. You can also change this, so I'm just gonna press escape. We can also change it here under our properties palette on the left side. So here our base is from level 1 and then up to top constraint to level 2. So we could change that. Once you click apply, it will change it here as well. We're gonna maintain our wall to be center line, and then chain is already checked, so we're good to go. So once everything is done, we're gonna click at D1. This area will be circular, so we're gonna do that last. So let's do click R D1. So here is D1 right here. Once you click that, click it all the way to R1, which is right here, going down to R6, which we have right here, and then going back, and then let's click on, I believe this is, and just click it to J6. So right here is J6, and then we're going to go about here around 4,575 after J6, and then here we're going to go all the way after H, and then click it here until H, and then do it a bit more around 3,000, 3,200 will be enough. So what I did is I click H6 first, up to H6, and then just 3,200 a bit more here, and then pull it back up to the 6th, so up to the 6th grid line, and then just click it all the way halfway line to H. So give it 3,000 here again. And then now just move it all the way right here. And then what I notice is the lettering here is not sequence. Maybe because we made a mistake with the way we pull out the grid line. So let's just change this. So IJKLM. So this is M, supposed to be M, N, and then O. So just a couple of changes. So three, that's not O, so that's O. So HIJKLMNO. So this is supposed to be O for the last one. And then here, just to make it easier for everyone, let's just add one more, which is 7. So here, I'm just going to copy, and then we put this one around 4575, or in the midpoint of that. So 4575 and the midpoint of that. So now what we could do is we could just add one more, or just click on DI, and then we could just pull it the same as that, and then here we could just move it right here. So it's still that one, 4575, so that everything is under the grid line, because this one is too much. So here we click on 6th, 3000 here, all the way to 6, and then another 3000 here, and then going back to G line, and then we just change this one so that everything is proper. And then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna give it a slant. This is will be the receiving area, so we're just gonna give it a quick slant. So we could just click here and then CS. So that's create similar. So that's the easiest way and fastest way in order for you to um, use the same object or system again. So this is wall system. So we could just use it again. If you have objects or family, you can reuse it again as well. So here we're just gonna put 45. So 145 slant, and then we're gonna push this one all the way to this line, which is the F line. After that, it's a good idea for us to just put it to number 4, F as well. And then now we're gonna put this one all the way to E, and then going back here, this will be up to 5 F, and then going here up to our 5A. So now everything is enclosed, and then we need to have that circular. So here, let's click it again, CS, and then we need to put this one up to the third grid line. So now we're gonna create the circular form right here. So click it again, CS. So that's create similar. So we're still using exterior wall number 1. And now let's use start and radius arc. So now click here, click at the end of A3, and then D1, which is right here. And then now we could form our circular. So as you can see, it's snapping there. So that's proper. So at the end of A3 and then our D1. So that's good. So here is the circular form right here. So our exterior wall is now done. Now we're going to continue on our interior wall. So let's go back to architecture and then click on wall. Now we have exterior wall. What we could do is I'm going to give you an example of if you don't have the generic, which I believe for version 2021 to 2022 and even probably 2023, they don't have the generic preloaded already. So they have something like this, which is already installed. So we could just use, for example, this brick on CMU, click on edit type, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Press OK and click on edit. Here, like I said, you just need to delete. And then the core and structure and core boundaries, you cannot delete that. What you can do is just make this, let's maintain the 200 thickness, even for the interior wall. And then here, you could just change this to something white again. So we could just type in gypsum. So gypsum wallboard, press OK, and then OK. So now we could start our interior walls. So let's go to the C or 6th line. Let's add in our exit here. So I'm just doing the things that will make us it easier first, which is some straight line, because most of this will consist of circular lines or circular walls. It will be a much easier for us to just do it from there, and then I'm gonna let you know when we're gonna create something circular. So here we're gonna connect it from the end of 6J. So here we're just gonna connect it here, and then we're still gonna maintain the wall center line, and then here we're going to type in 8590. So we're here, and then this entrance we're gonna get it from 1J, and then here H, so 1H as well, all the way to number 2 grid line. So everything is following this one as well. Now we're going to add this up to here. So we're going to add another interior line all the way to the same line as we have, like that. So now we're gonna connect this one right here as well. So click on wall again. It's still under interior wall. Go back to modify and then click on start end radius arc. Click it at the endpoint right there, and then the endpoint right here, and then we're gonna create a circle. Here as well, let's click here, and then click at the end right here, and then we're gonna have a circle. it's gonna snap to the circle. So now here, we're just going to click it and connect it right there. So now we just need to click it here, CS again, and just connect it somewhere there. Now it's connected from the wall. So this will be our lobby or atrium. And then now what we can do is we're gonna have this. So click on this one again, the interior wall, CS, and then from G right here, click right here at G2, and then just connect it slanted at 20 degrees connected to the atrium. And then now we're gonna offset this. We're gonna offset this probably around 2500. So click on that, 2500, and then that like that. So now we need to split element this later on. And then now we can create our elevators right here. But now I need to look for the midpoint. So from our F3, we need to create the center point. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to annotate, and I'm gonna use detailed line in order to get that midpoint. So for our midpoint, we need to go to F3, and then from F3, so we're gonna click F3, it's going to be 26, 28, and then going down is 590. And then now we could just delete this, and this is our midpoint. We could go to architecture or click on here and CS. We need to click here when we're going to create our circle. So click circle and click on this point. Now we need a diameter or a radius of 5,500. So that's our center point or our location. And then after that, we could just delete this, and then we're gonna use our offset again. So modify offset and then 2500. So we could just do this and here, and then from here we could just split element SL, split there, and then just move this back like so. And then here, move this one like so. So we have our elevator area right here, and then we're just gonna connect our walls again from here. And then let's add in another offset right here, and then we're gonna deal with that later on. So another 2500 here as well. And then let's just pull this one up like so, and then we're gonna connect each other later on, so don't worry about that. So with this, we could mirror this. So I'm gonna mirror, I'm gonna select and then mirror, and then we could just offset this as well. So here we're just gonna connect it here like that, and then offset this to 2500. Okay, so delete here. And then TR, trim and extend. And then here, we could just SL, that's split element. So split element here, and then split element here, and then use TR to trim and extend those. So we're basically cleaning up everything that we have right there. And then we're just going to connect this one going to our exit door. So here, what we could do is just extend it like that. Okay. And then here, we're gonna create another offset. Same thing, 2500 to the second area right here. So for now, we're just doing this so that we could arrange our um, spacing right here. So let's connect this one all the way there. So we're good with that. We will need to connect it right here. So I think it's better if we just add a wall right now. We could make this one a circular wall so that everything is following the theme. So let's add our opening onto the midpoint, so B and C. So just estimate it in that midpoint and then connect it like that for now. Make it around 50 degrees. And then like so, same thing, around 50 as well, around 29. Or make it something like that, 22. We can connect it right here. And then connect it right here. Okay. We could just delete this for now. And then in terms of here, what we could do is we could circular here. So you will need to split element here so that we have our area, and then trim as well here. Nice, looking like that. And then we're gonna open here as well. And then let's also add wall for interior here. It's around, so let's just add it first. I want it to be around, so let's move this here, 2500 from here. So that's perfect. And then here, another retail. So CS as well. Close it up here. So we have E, and then close it off up to here. And then we have retail here. We have another retail and restaurant or retail, whatever you want to add here. We could have a retail here as well. So we could just close this off. So I'm going to close this off right here. This would be retail or restaurant. And then we're going to add in some offices right here, leading up to another exit door here. So we're going to add those ones as well. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the interior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. First, we're going to extend this wall. So this is the circular wall that we created. We're just gonna extend that so that we will be able to add doors here for the exit door and for them to have access for the garbage area, especially if you have retail and restaurant here. They will need to have that access right here, and then we will have receiving area as well here. So like I said, we could be able to add in two receiving doors right here. So this will be a receiving area. And then we could add this one, some washroom for the lobby right here. And then this will be our grocery store. So I'm just checking here. And then we need to add in an opening right here as well. So let's click the interior wall and then CS. Here we're going to add a wall right here. And we could just offset this with the same offset, 2500. And then with this SL, that's split element, and then TR to trim and extend. And then we could just delete this. And then now we can add walls right here. So I'm just gonna add in a wall right about here just to do that. Here, let's just pull this back a little. We could actually extend this part. So here we could just extend it here. So it's just 20 degrees from there. Or to make it simple for everyone, what I can do is I could just put this one right here and just to put it. So let me redo this so that everybody can follow properly. So CS and then just add it onto the third line or third grid line, and then click on offset and then the same offset, 2500. Like so. Delete this and then just extend it. Something like that. And then we could just pull this one up and then pull this one like so. And then here we could pull this up like that. Make this, and then we could just add some doors right here or some office. So let's add in the same one, and then here we could just extend this by using a line and then extend this one all the way right there. Here we could just pull this one back, so this will be the exit. And then here we could just pull this one, or we could just leave this one open so everybody could have access to the receiving area and for the exit. So you will always have an exit right about here. We could add in the door on this side, and then we will have something right here as well, stairs, and this will be the common elevator with stairs as well, leading up to the penthouse. And then this will be the lobby. We will have stairs as well right here. With this space, because we will have the receiving area right here with the trucks, the garbage area right here. So we could have multiple trucks that can come here. This one is the compactor area. So in our area or where I live, you will they give incentives, or and sometimes um, they want you to design something for a compactor, so that for recycling air stuff. So it's very important to have a compactor area now when we're designing here. So with that said, we're just gonna add in this room like so. So it's just 55 degrees from there. So we could have access as well here for the receiving area, so that we could just go anywhere right here. And then this one will be some washrooms, and then we will have some stairs right here as well. So now for the stairs right here, we could just click on this wall, CS, and then we need at least, we can put 2500 here. So 2500, and then here we could just divide it in the middle. So I think this will be enough. So we could just extend this one, or just use the interior wall to just extend it all the way there. And then we will have our elevators right here. So we could just enclose this one. So let's see us again, around 2500. Oops. And then make sure that this is 2500. We could just move this one or this spot right here, and then just click here, and then 2500. So that's good. We're gonna add one more, 2500 again. And then let's add one at the back right here for some service elevator. What we could do is we could go to annotate, detailed, and then we could just add in our X mark right here. And then we're going to add an elevator door later on. So at least everybody knows where the elevator is. This will be stairs area. And then here, what we could do is we could just start dividing the space here. So for me, I'm thinking 2000. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a line right here, which is around 35 degrees. Okay, and then from there, we're gonna click the wall, and then click offset, which is OF, and then change this to 2000, and then click this wall again. Now we have our area for our entryway here. I'm thinking if this is small enough, I would like to have it maybe 2500 would be the best. With that said, now I think 2000 is more than enough. And then after that, CS again, and then we're going to divide this, not divide, but just add something like this. It's 127 degrees, and then we could just pull this one back like so. Once we move this back, we could just divide this one in the middle like that, and look for the perpendicular. Now we're dividing it properly, and then we can add our elevators. So same thing, CS, and then divide it in the middle like so, and then here as well. So look for, so we want to make sure everything is clear, and then we add this perpendicular to that, and just give it some space, and then this will be our elevators, and then we could just add this one as well. And then now we need to split element everything. SL, this we could just pull back, okay, and then here TR, trim and extend, and as you can see, it's hard to see if it's everything is proper, so might as well, I'm gonna offset this one so everything will be good. So I'm gonna offset this roughly around 3500, okay, and then here I'm gonna offset this to 3000, so I think that's easier, or let's do 2500. There we go. Now it's much better, and then we could just pull this back like that. Okay, so something that we could just trim and extend later. So SL now, and SL here. Pull this back, and pull this back, and then TR. And then just pull this back as well. There we go. And then let's just add an offset here as well, 2500. And then here as well. Pull this back like that. And like this as well. And then from here, just pull this back. That's for the back and service for the elevator. And then now we just need to go to annotate again. Detailed line, thin line, so it's good enough. And we just need to add an X mark. And then X mark right here as well. And then here as well. And then here we could just add Xmart, but we're gonna have we're going to have anyway the elevator doors, so don't worry about that. Okay, and lastly you could just add here okay, this will be our um, stairs, and then another door here with another door as well here. And then here we need to SL right here as well. Let's split element and then just pull this back. So at least this is finished. You're going to be able to visualize everything once we have added the door. For now, it's looking like this. And then I'm going to provide an elevator door. So I'm going to provide this door. And then we could just, you guys can just add it like that. So it's very easy. So for the opening, let's see if we could just change this. So the width, so we could just duplicate this. It's 1200. So now let's change this to another opening, bigger. So we could just change the width right here. So instead of here, we could just put 2000. And then let's edit again. And then this one, so the width, and then 2000 again right here for the structural, and then the regular width. $2,200 probably. There we go. So now we have the regular opening, and then we have a bigger opening which we need to duplicate, and then we create another type, change the structural opening width to 2200, and here and 2000 right here on the width. And that's good enough for me. It's representing the bigger size elevator. So here I'm just gonna add this one as well. And then for the smaller ones right here, and then right here as well. And then for the press escape, click this one, this big one, CS again, and then let's add it on the bigger one right here. So we have multiple elevators, and we have one for the back of the grocery store as well. We can also give this one an opening, so everybody can have an opening, or it's used for everything here as well. And also one thing that I need to add something here is we're gonna extend this one right here as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, CS, and then I'm gonna extend this to 2500, and then extend this one all the way right here. So we could just delete this one and then just put trim here. And then we need interior wall right here. So we're just going to add in a stairs right here, and it's very important so that we have access. So I'm just gonna add, and then here. So just extend this one 2500. What you could do is you could even drag this one 2500 like that, or you could do what I did is by extending this one 2500 and then just adding walls like that and walls right here so that we have access as well for the stairs. That's for the safety of the second floor as well. So we have stairs, multiple stairs on different areas, even here as well. So here we could just select this wall and then just put this one all the way up like that. This will be stairs as well. And then we have the lobby stairs and the grocery stairs as well. So for now, we're just gonna lastly add a vestibule here around 3000. So 3000 for a vestibule for the entrance on the lobby right here. And then for now, we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this building. Let's get started. So in this video, we're gonna start by adding doors. So let's click on door and let's use this one. So the preloaded doors, or if you want, we could just go insert and load more family of doors. So you could go here and then we have different kinds. We have residential, commercial, and those kind of stuff. So you can even just use one of these doors right here or the commercial. Let's use one of this and then click open. I usually just select everything. So just select one at the top and then hold on shift and then click the below so that you highlight everything. And then after that, you can just type in DR, that's door as well, under architecture. And then now we could just start adding the doors. So we have doors right here. And then we're gonna add some doors. We also need to add a door for so let's add a double door, maybe an exterior one, or this one will be good enough. So again, hold on shift and then press OK. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna extend this one, and then I'm gonna click here and then CS, and we're going to add a vestibule going inside like this. I just want it to be parallel, and we could just move it in the center like so. So that's good enough. And then type in DR, we loaded double door. So we could just add this double door right here and then the other one later on. Or just to represent it, we could just add one at the moment. So let's just add one at the moment. Most of the time it should be glassed. So for the time being, let's add that one right there, and then right here as well. Just add it here in the middle like so. At least you, uh, so that you guys have a visual of what we're trying to do right now. And then here we just need to flip it. So just press your space bar and flip it like that. And we're gonna have stairs right here and then right here as well. But we're gonna flip it on the other side. And then obviously we will need to have some access at the back here. So let's add one right here, here. This is a stair, so we need a door there. This we already have. We need to have going inside like so. For the office, let's add it right here. And like that. And one more right here. And then right here as well. So basically they get access, and then obviously we have some doors as well here and curtain walls. We have right here, stairs right here, and right here. And then here we could just put it on the other side so that there's no conflict in that. And then after that, I think it's a good way to just add the stairs so that we know the locations. And then obviously we have some uh, entrance for the retail here in front. But that's something that we're gonna do later on, because we're gonna add curtain wall, and those will be curtain doors. So those glass doors. And let's not forget the one for the garbage. So we have a garbage right here, garbage dump. And then we need to import or insert load family, some garage door. I could use this instead. And then DR, and then it's going like that. And then one right here as well. So we have multiple. And one more. And we're just gonna space it out. And then if you guys I'm not gonna do it, but we're going to have an underground parking, but it's gonna be located right here. But it's something that I'm not gonna do anymore. And then we could just add probably a garage door right here as well, going inside and outside. So that one is just to represent those. That's why I just added. Okay, so that's going down there, and then here is for the trucks. So let's create a stairs so that everybody is clear where are the stairs are, so it's easier to visualize. So I'm just gonna add from level 1 to level 2 and then just leave everything. I just want it to be equal, so the desired number of riser, so let's do it 18, so 9 each. So now we're gonna choose run. So there's gonna be they're gonna let you know how many remaining, how many you created. It's below there. So if you see or zoom in, you will see it much better. So it's saying that I created now 9 and then remaining 9. So don't worry about that. We could edit later on, or we could space it out later on. So it's better to just click finish for now, and then you could just move it around afterwards. And then if you want to edit the spacing, click on edit stairs, and then you could move this one, and then or move this one as well. So that's something that you could do after you finish. So you can even extend everything and extend the landing as well. So for me, I'm happy with what I did. Um, we have 1000 right here. We could just put it as 1500. So click on finish again, and then that's when you move it. Okay. Now I'm just gonna copy this. So Control C, and then here I could just add it on this. RO is rotate. So let's rotate it 90 degrees. And then here we're gonna give it more space, obviously. And then we're going to edit this. We're just gonna put it at 1000. Click finish again before moving it or spacing it out. Obviously, we need more space here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this back like that. So we could just unjoin this and then just extend this one a bit. CS and then TR, and then just connect it again. Just that simple. And then here we're just gonna click it, CS, and then we could just relocate it right there. And then on the atrium as well, we could just copy and paste what we have. So Control C and then paste it right here. Click on Finish and then click it again and then RO. That's to rotate it 90 degrees. You can type it after. Let's add one more on the side. Copy and then just estimate it in the middle like so. And then we're going to add one here, and one here. So copy, Control C and Control V, and then just rotate this one, RO. And for this one, it's not 90 degrees, so we're just going to estimate it. I believe 37 degrees. And then here we're going to edit this one because of the landing is too much. So 1000 is more than enough. And then here we just need to space it out like that. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click it and then click on mirror. And then I'm gonna draw that mirror right here. And then now we have something like that. And then lastly, I'm gonna select that again. You can click on copy and then we could just add it right there. Click it again. Click the rotate right here. What you could do is you could click on place center of rotation. So basically we could move this one right here. So click on place. Let's click it on the corner right here, from here to there. And then rotate it again, place it onto here, and I'm gonna rotate it again. So it's something that and then let's rotate it more. So I'm just estimating it at the moment. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna extend this more. So what will happen is it's gonna delete it. So now I'm just gonna select the wall again and just extend it a bit like that. So that we have enough. So even though it's sticking around, it's just better to just leave it like that for now and then continue on this because it's gonna be harder for us to just sketch it out again. So because of the angle, but so far it's looking good like that. And then here it's much better if we could just swing it a bit here and swing it like that. So there's more space like that. And let's not forget the doors right here. Let's add in some doors. This will be acting as mechanical and electrical rooms. And then what we could do is we could be adding the room tag. But let's add some stairs right here as well. So just let's quickly add stairs, and then we're just gonna give it a small landing. So here 8, then some landing, and then another landing, something like that. So just a big stairs in the middle of the grocery, and then one more. Copy, or just mirror it going up and down, aside from the escalator and elevator. So this is something that we could add on the side right here. And then obviously this will be all glass. And then now let's add in room tags. So for now, let's just keep on clicking. And then we're gonna name it afterwards. And then we forgot the stairs right here. So don't worry, we're gonna fix that. And then here, we don't need to add anything right there. So now this will be entrance. Let's all make it capital. And then here, retail 1. Copy it, Control C to copy, and then Control V, and then just erase so that it's easier. This will be 3, 4. We could put this one as a restaurant. Retail 5. Vestibule. We could put this one as main entrance. And obviously this is a vestibule as well. This is grocery. Atrium. Or lobby. This is office. 1. Control A, Control C so that it's easier and faster. Just this is stairs 1. Control C, stairs 2. Let's move this one right here. Stairs 3. Four, and then 5. This is receiving area. And then here, men's washroom, bathroom. You know, there we go. This is another stairs. So stairs 6. And then here we could just copy this, copy to the corner right there, so that you have, and then here what we could do is we could create an area. Oh no, room separator. I'm gonna create a room separator right here. So what it could do is we could create, or we could add in a tag. So as you can see, click on room, and then we could add the tag right here for the garbage. There we go. And then here, another one, room separator, rectangle. And then let's use rectangle so that it's easy. And then here, we could just click on room tag again, compactor. At least everything is marked. What I can do again is add something like here for security. This room is around 2500, would be good enough. And then we could just add security. So that's perfect. We could add this one as well as mechanical room, and then electrical room. Then we could just remove this now. And then electrical. So that's good. And then here, corridor. And then I believe we're good with this. We could just add this one, basement parking. Perfect. I believe everything is good, everything is smart. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this building. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in some room tags and some doors. And now we're gonna continue working on this. Um, First, let's add in the floor. So click on floor and then edit this type and then duplicate this and then we'll call this one floor number 1. Edit and then let's change the thickness to 200 and then the category. Um, let's do something stone. So let's go to stone and then let's add in granite cut polished. So click apply, OK, and then OK. And then here we're going to use spec line and then we're going to pick the lines from the outside. So the perimeter and then the outside. And so far as everything's pretty straightforward. We don't need to trim except for this one. And then here we need here, just pick the line. So we just need to trim this side, TR, to trim and extend, which is this icon. I believe we're good. And then we could just click finish. You could just click on show. And then obviously this one is showing. It's yellowish, so we could just trim it again and see if it's showing something, which is right there. So the good thing about this is it's showing where the error is being committed. So you will be able to go straight from there and then change it. And then after that, after we added our floor, we can now go to level 2. So good thing our level 2, we have our underlay already as a default for base to be level 1. It's good that we have that so that we could trace out the layout of our building. So it's going to be easier for us to add walls. So wall and then change it to exterior wall first. And then here, maybe we could just click on pick line like that. But it's picking the lines from the exterior. So let's try and do that. So click this one, CS. You can use CS as well because it's basically you can select the ones below as well. So here I'm just selecting it as a pick line and making sure that the midpoint is showing up, and then by doing that we could just select so that it's easier for us to do. Here, because I click on the grid line, which is in the middle as well. So that's fine. I could just trim that one. So TR, trim and extend right here as well. And then here, we could just trim and extend as well. It's going all the way, so we just need to click on, select this one, CS, and we could just start adding the walls again. So the big change afterwards, so let me trim this one so that we don't get confused. So the big change is we're going to add walls all the way right here. So I'm going to extend this all the way right here up to this one's supposed to be 7. So this one needs to be 7. Obviously you can just change it right here as well. I was just double checking if that was correct. So now this is supposed to be 7 grid line, so it needs to go to A7, and then after that we just need to add an exterior wall again all the way right here up to A3, and we're good. And then here for the interior wall, I'm going to copy the circular ones because that's the hardest ones to do. So here I'm going to pick line and then pick on the circular wall right there, and then right here as well. And with that, I'm going to add these walls that are angular. So that we don't need to worry about the angles, and it's easy for us to understand. And then if you notice, it's not joining. So what you could do is just click on the wall and then click on join. As you can see, it will join to the intersection like those, and then join right here. Here what you could do is you could just extend it and then join right here, and then at each end. So it's another step, but it's easier than figuring out the angles. If you remember when we're creating this, it was hard enough to do some of the angles, but at least we're doing right now. It's a much faster way, and we don't need to worry about anything. Let's delete this and just extend this one like that, and join and join. There we go. So I'm happy with that because it's a lot faster. And then this one as well, we just need to add the same wall. So select the wall, CS, and then choose pick line. Make sure to zoom in and then choose the midpoint. And then here as well, the midpoint. And here, and the other side. I think we did it already. Yeah, this is the whole one. So only this one will be needed to be changed. So now what we could do is we could just CS and then just follow whatever's below like that. And then anything that is circular, you need to pick line so that you will follow everything below as well. So as you can see, oops. So just click this one. So reveal constraint. So you just need to click that one. CS circular again. And then don't forget the pick line. Okay, I think we have all the circular ones. Delete this one and then just extend this. And then now just trace it again. Much easier than joining them. And some areas here will be changed. I'm clicking on the tab so that it doesn't change that much. And then we're gonna change this later on. Anything that's connecting a circle should be selected as a pick line. I'm just cleaning up here. So it's a bit of a hassle, but it's something that you have to do. There's a lot of them, but you can trace it all you want. But what I told you that is different would be on this part because we added this. There's going to be a cover from the basement parking. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to give this one a slant like that, and then we're going to trim this one and then join them, something like that. And then here, CS, we're going to add this. Okay, so now here we still have, so just give it a slant like that. It's because we still need to add a retail space right here. So we can offset this to 2500 again, and then we could extend this, and then TR, trim and extend, and then just move this one like that to connect. And then from here, we could extend this, and then we need to move this one above like that for the space for the right there. Then we need more because there's gonna be more retail space. So we could just join them all together, and then we could just open up later on. So here, CS, there's one right here. It's going to be in the midpoint of E and F. And then one more right here. We need to add an offset right here. Offset of 250, 2500. And then CS right here, and then connected right there. And then now SL, and then SL right here. And then just open this up like so. So I just deleted that, and then we have our wall like that. So we could put this one on an angle so that everything looks good. And then SL right here. Okay, so there's another retail here and one more in the middle right here. So CS, and then now let's go to our properties, press escape multiple times, and then go to your properties and let's hide it. So go to range base level to none, and then here as you can see we still need to add some of here. So we've done here, but on the other side we're not yet done. So let's just put it back again, and then we could add a wall right here as well for another retail space. And then right here as well. Just copy the way it was done before. And then here. So to be honest, I don't know what I did. So everything I think it's the way I click on and then join status allowed needs to be changed. Never mind, it's like Okay, for here, this is just gonna be an open space. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add a wall like this. And then this wall would be just similar to that. So this is basically open space. We're just gonna add a railing here. And then we could just add a food court right here. So from here, it's 2500. Okay, and then from the M grid line. So 2500 from the number 2 grid going down. And we have a food court as well right here. And then from that food court, we will have some washroom. So add in 4000 from the end, and then around 3500. And then the remaining will be extra. I think that's good. I feel comfortable of removing the base offset. Hold on, so this one we still have one more right here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started adding the second floor. Now we're going to do our floors, and then we're going to add in some details after that. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on architecture, and then I'm going to click on floors. And then after that, we're going to edit this type, duplicate, and then let's gonna name this floor number 2. That's fine. And then we just need to click edit. We're gonna maintain the thickness to 200, and then we're just gonna change the materials for the second floor. So what I'm gonna add is another stone, and then we're just going to use this one just to change it up so that we could add different materials on all of them. Press OK and then OK. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that it's easier for us to change materials. We don't need to go back and forth in Twinmotion and Revit once we import this to Twinmotion. So now let's zoom in here, and we're going to basically add floors on the perimeter but the inside of the wall so that it's not sticking out. So here I'm going to use pick line, and then I'm gonna pick this line right here but from the inside of the wall. So don't worry, we're gonna open this up. The reason we're gonna open this up is because below is a lobby, and we're just gonna add in some space here for some couch. And then here we could just add it very straight like that. And then obviously this is the elevator. We could open a shaft for those. And then here we're gonna open this up as well. And then here as well. So I'm going to add an opening right here, and then we're gonna create a split element. And then here I'm just gonna add, so this will be open below. So just a slanted line, and then we're going to trim and extend. So let's open that up like that. Actually, let's undo this, but we're going to do it the other way around. Like that. And then now, press Escape, SL, that's split element under Modify, which is this icon. Click it there in the middle, press Escape, TR, trim and extend. So now we have an opening there. Obviously, we're going to open this up, but we're going to use a different method. And then here, what I'm planning to do is offset. So I'm going to click here and then offset this to around 3000. So somewhere like that. We need the shape. That's why I'm offsetting this to like that. Press Escape. And then now we're going to connect it from here. So click the pick line and then click here and then on the other side. Click here as well and then here as well. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to connect it like that. Now let's trim. So trim here, and then now we're gonna use this to trim this one, and then trim after that. So we created an opening. Trim here and trim there. I think what we could do is I'm gonna split this as L first and then trim it after, so that everything is going to be open. And then after that, pick line again like this and then trim it like that. And then now we're gonna slant it so that we have cover there. So you just need to estimate it. It doesn't need to be accurate. And then trim again. And then now lastly, we just need to connect them all together. So here we could just add in a line. And then here, what we could do is we could just extend this first, like so. And then add in a line in the middle to connect them. And then once we finish, let's show the error, which is right there. So we forgot to trim it. Okay, and then click finish. It's right here as well. I click double. Click here again, trim, and we want to make sure that we trim everything. Click finish, and it will look like that. And let's look at what we've done. So about here, we just need to clean that up. So let's go back here, edit. So we actually just doesn't need this part. So what we could do is we could trim this. And then after that, we need to open this up as well. Similar to what we did, we just need to add this and add that. So now let's trim this. And then split that part. And then here, we're going to create an opening. And then here as well, we could create an opening, but we're just gonna leave it for now, like that. And then click finish, and we could check what we've done. So we open that, we have an opening there. So you can see, we could see the low, and then now everything is like that. We could make it bigger. So we could make that bigger. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip this on the other side so that when we see it's mirrored, and then we just need to edit that part. And then we just need to add in. So let's edit first. And for me, we just need to move this. We could just grab it from there and grab it from here. And then TR, trim and extend. Click finish. And then after that, we could add in railing. Let's add in a simple railing, the glass, and then we could use our pick line and then 50. So I think 50 is enough. Of course, we're going to click on from the inside. And then we could just clean that up later on. So here we're just gonna click finish on that. And then click on railing again. And then same 50. And then once we have it here, we just need to pull it up so that everything is connected like that. Actually, it's right here. Click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. And then there we go. We have an opening there. Obviously, you can extend or make it wider for the stairs. So it's up to you to do. I'm just showing you the fast way because we don't have enough time for that. but at least we've done it. And it's up to you to just change it a bit. So here we have one, so click finish. Here as well, we have another one. So just keep on adding railings where it's needed. And I've shown you most of them. And then pick line is the easiest way to add. Let's look at it again. So as you can see, the lobby below, and then we have those. So let's go back to level 2. And then now we can turn off the underlay. So none, click apply. And then now we need to add in some details. So here I'm going to go to annotate thin lines, and then for opening below we need to add an X mark there. And then here it's up to you if you want to add it, but I'm just going to add it just because. And obviously we're going to add doors again for the elevator, the ones that we add. So bigger right here. Sorry, it's supposed to be on this side. Delete it there. CS. And then smaller for this side. And we just need to add those here as well. And then let's add it and annotate as well. An X mark right there. And then here as well, we need to add an X. Okay, and then now we're gonna add in some doors so that we know we can turn on the overlay. So just go to your properties, and then underlay, and then here put it to level 1 so that we know where to add doors. For me, I'm just gonna make it simple and then just add similar doors, or we could just click it here, CS, and then now we could just go above those. You could just estimate. And then now here we have new areas. So space bar when you're changing. And then here we have a new area as well. And then here we just need an opening. We don't need this. This is for the outside. if you remember what we did there. We have something right here as well. And then here is for the stairs. And then here for the mechanical and electrical room. That's always needed. Obviously, we need power and ventilations. Add it there, and let's add it here. Here is the new food court, so we could just add a door right here for now, and then we have kitchen here. So it's just simple enough that we could add. So we have it added there. And then this retail, we could add it right here. And then obviously, we could delete it here. And then now we could add it on this spot so that it's viewable on this area. And then this is second floor for the grocery. Obviously, you have doors there as well, just in case that they want to go. And then washroom right here, and then we need to add some doors here as well for the stairs. And then now I think it's better if we add in more details like the room tags. So let's just add this so everybody will know. For the stairs, I'm not gonna add anything there for now. And then here, obviously, we haven't added anything yet. And then here, don't forget about this area. And let's just add those. And then now here, we forgot to add some doors right here. So we could just add it like that. And then we're gonna add retail. So I'm just gonna double check what's the last retail that we did here. I think 5. Now we're gonna start with retail 6. So let's start from here and go around. Or let's start from here. Retail 6. Make it all cap. Retail 6. So Control A and then Control C, and then here you can just Control V, delete the last part, so that it's easier. 8 right here, 9. The numbering doesn't matter if you want to go on this sequence though. So it's just good that you're trying to let people know what's in that room, what's the purpose of that room. So that's the big tip. And then here 14, and then 15 here. And then after that, Um, we could Here we could just put food court, and then here second floor grocery. So second floor grocery store. We could add this one office 3, and then here office 4. And then here, I think this one is women's washroom. We could put this one women's washroom second floor. So just add second at the end. And then men's washroom on that. The stairs are obviously all the way from from below. So we don't need to add tags on that. It's the same purpose as once before. You can tag this one as maybe kitchen, and then washroom and washroom again. So it's up to you to do. But for now, I think we're done here. And then here, just put electrical and mechanical room. Similar below, because that one is always different on each. So and then obviously this is stairs below. So I believe we're done here. We could now turn to none for the underlay. And then we could just double check if we added all of them. This is all going to be glass later on. We added the doors, we added the annotation details like the X, knowing that this is open below. Most of the time that's um, the detail that you add. And we're good. If you want to open this, you can use shaft, but I think it's better to click that later on once we have the tower that we're gonna create for the level 3 and above. So let's wait for that, because I'm gonna show it to you on this elevators. This one you could just open, or you could just click the floor again and just create an opening. So that's easy to do. But here it's gonna be a different. It's better to use a shaft instead of opening each and every floor. You can do that when we group a floor. So you could just click on open, or create an opening from each floor because everything is grouped. But at least this is the proper way of doing it if you want to do. So I'm gonna show it to you guys. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we added some room tags or room names, and then we uh, almost finished the level 2. And then I just saw something that we need to change a bit. So let's go to our 3D, and then here, if you notice, this is not above right here, or it's not touching. So the difference between this stairs is this is desired number riser to 18. So here we just need to click this and then change it to 18 as well. And as you can see, it will be leveled with that. And also, we're going to change the railing. So here you just need to select the railing and then click on class. And then here as well. And then let's select both of this by holding on control button and then changing it right here. And then now let's go around here so that we could change this as well. Let's move it around like that and select multiple by holding on control button. And then now everything is changed. Of course, we need to add in some railings. So let's go to level 2 and then let's add railings on the side right here. So we just need to go back to architecture, click on railing, make sure this is glass already, and then click on pick line and then offset to 50, similar to what we did before. And then make sure that we're selecting the outside like that. And then right here. And then now we just need to trim so that everything is connecting. Click finish. And then lastly, let's add one more just for the middle. It will be very small. But same thing, we just need to add a railing like that. And then click it again just to change the distance or the width. Click finish and then let's look at it at 3D. So that looks fine. I like how it's connected and I'm happy with that. Now, next thing we're gonna do is we're going to our level 3. If you notice on level 3, the grid line is not showing for the horizontal. The reason for that is we need to double check all of our elevation if everything is being stretched from it. So here, what we can see is that the levels are stretched and the grid line is stretched all the way up. So that's good. So we have our south and then our north is okay. Let's look at east. So here at east, as you can see, this is not stretched, and then we need to stretch it from the left and the right as well. So just click 1, and then as you can see, dashed line indicates that you will be able to stretch everything at 1. And then here, you will stretch it here as well. So we just need to stretch it all the way. And then now, let's stretch this one all the way up as well. So on every floor, it will be visible. And then now let's check on our west elevation. And then here, it was fixed because of the east as well. And then it got stretched. So now, once we go back to our level 3, it will appear. So that's how you fix missing grid lines as well. And then obviously, with your visibility graphics, which is VG, you will always double check annotation categories if it's checked or unchecked. So here, grids are checked, so that's why it's appearing. So now we have our level 3 and we don't have our underlay So we just need to go to our floor plan or properties, and then here, just change this to level 2. And immediately it will go to the top range of level 3 and looking down. So apply, and then now we have this. So in level 3, this will apply to all levels. So now what I did is we have a floor plan created in CAD. So I'm going to show you how to integrate it here in Revit. So now that we're in level 3, you need to go to level 3 as well, because we're going to paste it, or we're going to underlay it from this level. So you need to go to the level that you want it to be added. So level 3, go to insert. I'm going to provide this file on the on our part 1 description. So you will be able to have that. We could do a import or a link CAD. I like link CAD because if I change something in my CAD with my AutoCAD file, I just need to reload it and it will be good as well. And you can choose import. It will be standalone. So once you change anything in AutoCAD, you will need to load it again as well right here, and it won't be linked. So that's basically the both difference. And then here I'm just gonna go to the location that I have, and then I put it in my Revit file category. It's also millimeters, so I just need to select that. It will basically check by itself, auto detect. Um, and now what I want to change is, because the look of the file is with AutoCAD, and it has a lot of colors, different colors there. I want it to just be black so that it's not overpowering in my eyes. You can do a preserve, and then it will be the same colors as before, but I rather have black and white. And then from there, click open. Now this will be appearing. And what you have to do is you need to unpin it so that we can move it to the center. So how do you do that? If you have this pin, if you see this pin, so you can just click that one. If not, you just need to go to your modify, make sure this is already selected, and then you just need to click this as well. Similar idea, um, different approach, because sometimes if you have a bigger floor plan, sometimes it's hard to look for it. So at least you know the difference. So if you can just click that, and then it will be able to move. Now we just need to move it. So you can use your move command or your arrow key from your keyboard. So now I just move it, and then I'm going to use my arrow key to basically uh, estimate it in the middle. So what I did is I have it the center line or the circle from the drawing. I have it on the center of the circular wall, and I'm just estimating it on that part. So you could use this as well. The reason that we're not doing the grid lines, and then it's because it's circular. It's very hard to uh, tell everybody that you need to do this and that on this situation. So that's why I provided this drawing, so that it's easier for us to just maneuver from here, and then we could just trace it from there. And then the reason that we turn on the underlay is because so that we can see where the middle of the um, or where the location of the elevator. That's very important because this is very it's where we need to start before we start everything else. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to architecture and then click wall. Interior wall number one is already provided, and then now we could just pick line, and then here make sure allow, because earlier we didn't do that, and then we kind of messed up and has have to go back and join them all together. So here it's very easy to do. We just need to click, and then it will create the walls for us. Make sure to click the midpoint, so like that, and then let's try to click on the wall right there in the middle. And then we're just making sure that everything is clicked, and we could just move this back like that and then unjoin them. And then here we could just move it like that. So basically we have our elevator or the and then the midpoint of everything. And then we from there we could start um, and then we could add our walls similar to that. Now here, if you see, um, we have this overlay like that. What once we add the middle, we could remove the underlay, so that it's not confusing everyone. So none, apply that, and then we still have our midpoint or our um, focal point right here. And then from there, as you can see, we have our background imported. That's for number three. And then let's try and add walls. Here, I'm just gonna add in interior wall number one again. And then here, I'm gonna go from the center point. And then I think it's easier for us to create um, the ellipse. So let's try and doing that. So click on wall and then try and click on ellipse. And then let's try and have this point first. So for me, the I'm just gonna add it there, and then now the size. If you go over, and that's gonna be fine. You don't need to be exact for now. So as you can see, we have it changed like that. Of course, we can move it a bit so that everything is covered. And as you can see, it's good enough. I think that's easier for us to do rather than doing it manually. And we still have the shape. That's a very important. I just want to know the offset of this. I think it's 2000 only. So for the circular, we could just um, click on the wall again and then pick line, and then let's try 2000. I believe we did it at 2000. Yes, 2000 is more than enough to do. Okay, so that was a mistake. So let's do it again. and then 2000. Oops, join that. And then here we could just move it circularly and then connect it. And then from there, we could just um, undo them and then split them. So it's good enough to have it like that. We're gonna have an opening here or there as well. So don't worry about joining them yet. And then now we just need to add the walls on the other side as well. So here we have one. We can now click that CS again and then trace each one of the walls. If it's not connecting, you know what to do. You need to connect them all together. Here I'm just doing, I'm adding it in the midpoint of the walls. Even though it's thicker, that's fine. And then here, as you can see, the walls are angular on this spot. So that's fine. We need to um, do what the drawing says and just angle it a bit. It doesn't need to be perfect, but at least we're adding those ones. And then obviously we're gonna add where the doors are. So don't worry about that. Here as well, we need to add the inside, the closet space for that. Here is the kitchen. We could add that later on. What we're focusing on is the walls, because we can turn off and on the background if we want to, so that it's not confusing. Here again, it's not a straight wall, it's angular. So we just need to angle it a bit, and like that. Add the closet like that. So even though it's circular, if you can see that the design is, will make you think that everything is rectangle because of the angles that we're creating. I'm angling it as well. It's not perfect, but we're able to do it. And then overlapping those kind of stuff. Here we're just gonna add the closet. Space here for the plumbing. I'm just gonna go over here so that I could just need to do it one time. And then here it's gonna overlap. That's fine as well. So the kitchen, everything. So I know it's a lot, but we need to do it. I'm gonna add this one as well. And similar to that, we're going to, so I'm just double checking if I already added those. I know it's kind of confusing for some, but if you just follow, I could teach you how to turn on and off this. So if you want to turn off and on, what you have to do is, so here we could just move this one a bit like that. So everything is joined. So what you do is type in VG, that's visibility graphics, and go to imported categories. And if you uncheck this, so uncheck that, apply, and then OK. It now disappear and you'll be able to create yours as well. But now, as you can see, we're missing here because, yeah, we missed something here. So now we could just go back. So you can just go on and off with that. So I'm checking which one is. So actually, we didn't miss anything, but we just need to add in the doors so that it doesn't confuse us if we miss any walls. So at least you know how to turn on and off those. Uh, let's continue this on the next video, and then I'm gonna show you more of the trick, and then we're gonna add more details. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this building. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started tracing the level 3 that we imported from CAD, and I showed you how to turn on and off. And then now we're adding more walls. So here we just missed one wall right there. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. I believe we added the wall right here and the wall right here as well. So the difference between that wall is there's a layer here, but our wall doesn't have. So that's the only thing that I differentiate. And obviously I showed you how to turn on and off so that we could see what we missed. So that's easy. And then we're gonna do that later on more. Here, let's just keep on adding the straight walls. And then let's just add all the walls like that as well. The walls that, and then we're just gonna do everything like that later. I think it's easier to just add those walls, and then those walls are connected. And then here we have a balcony. We could just add that one later on. I think this wall is done already. No, not yet. So CS. Make sure you're connecting it to the outside like that. And if you notice, we just go over just a little bit. It's not something that is um, not like noticeable or game changing. So it's something that is very subtle. So it's not something that you should be concerned about. Plus, this is the design only, and from here you should be getting more ideas and you should create your own ideas as well. I'm just showing you how to design something like this, and then in the future you should be doing it and showing it. So now I believe we have all the straight ones. Now we just need to add this, the one from the inside. This is angular wall like that, and then this one is just a wall like this, and then an angled one as well. Then here all the way angled, and then angled walls like that as well. Let's add a angled wall right here, angled as well. Okay, that's good. For here, I'm just going to go and straight this out, and then go all the way out like that. Here as well, I'm just gonna connect it and then connect it all the way angled, because this is just a mirrored portion of that. So I could just go over on one point. And then a straight one like that. Just want to make sure here we're missing a wall right there for the kitchen. And then obviously we're gonna go back and forth so that we could see uh, what are the things that we missed. Here is just a balcony, so actually we need to add this wall for the curtain wall. That's the window of that. We could actually add this as circular. So now let's add CS, and then here we could just use this. So this is the start and radius. So we need to click on end, the start and the end, and then the angle. So roughly circular like that. Arch. There we go. And then there we go. Balcony. And then here we could just add one more. And then that's the only thing that with balcony. And then let's continue working on this. Just add it there. This is angled. And then here, let's add this angled wall right here, all the way outside like that. Okay, so now keep on adding here. Another angle right here. And then let's add here as well. Of course, we need to extend this. And then we're gonna add in the toilets. This one doesn't have yet. There we go. We have our wall. And then CS again. Add walls like that. So what's easier for me is looking for the straight lines. And then from there, the easiest way to finish is like that. And then here we should add a wall angled like that. And then let's just fix that later on. Delete this and then probably extend this from that point. Now let's double check. And then let's check it by turning off the floor plan, VG, and then go to imported categories. So that looks good. Now let's add in some doors. So let's turn that on again. And then here, go to our doors from our architecture. And then let's see, let's make this one. Let's edit this and then duplicate. Let's change this to 700. Press OK. And then here, change it to 700. After that, you could just add it, and then if you hit something like that, you just need to move it a bit. CS from there, change it from the orientation by spacebar. Here's some closet, so we can just do that later on. Here it's hitting that one, so don't worry about that. There, and then obviously on that spot. Here, so we just need to be careful not to hit the other wall or the adjacent wall. Add it like that. Here. So this one, we just need to flip this and turn it around like that. So let's go room by room. So this one, done. And then let's go all the way from down like that, so that we don't miss any. So here, space bar, and then go to your left side or right side. I think everything's done. Closet, we're gonna deal with that later on. We could just do it like here. Let's deal with that later. So here we're good. This one's done as well. And then let's add in some room names if we have time. Here we should be good. Just nudging it in place like that. And then here in this spot. So we're good with here. And then now on this, let's not forget this one. In terms of the kitchen, we need to add kitchen as well. Okay, with this. For the level 3, this is something that we need to uh, put more time. It's because this is something that um, will be copied all throughout the floors, especially the windows. We need to fix that. That's why from level 1 to 2, I'm not worried about that. We could just do that later, but in terms of level 3, we needed to do now or late or after this because we need to finalize everything so that our design will be um, good enough. And then we need to do the kitchen so that all throughout the floors we have all the kitchens. We also have all the markings and we also have all the location of the washroom. We have toilets added, the bathroom, and those kind of stuff. Here, I'm just going to add the door. Let's add the door. So here, let's add it, the small one, and then the bigger one. And then let's add in the markings or the annotation details. 10 lines. At least this part is done already. And then here, you just move it. Sometimes it's just hard to put it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete it. It's easier to add. And then here as well, you could just put CS. From there. And then let's add in some doors. I believe let's go to our underlay and then put in level 2 so that we can add in the doors as well. So select that CS and we could add in the same doors and then the same orientation. So that's fine with that. VG, or let's remove this now to none. So for now, let's stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 9 of this building. Let's get started. So in this video, we're going to continue working on this. Specifically, we're going to load the bifold closet door, the tub, toilets, and even the shower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide you with a link in part 1 description, and there you will be able to get the bifold closet, which is right here, and I'm just going to drop it. Once you drop it, you'll be able to add closet. So this is the closet for the apartment. So there's three kinds. There's a entrance, which is the one for the smaller one. So I'm gonna add it right here. And then the closet for the apartment, which is this bigger one. And then the apartment one, APRT, it's a smaller one that we could add anywhere we want as well. So there's three kinds, but what we're gonna focus is the entrance and the closet. So I'm just adding the one for the entrance first. I know it's gonna be confusing because I'm just overlaying with a underlay, but just look for the entrance door and you'll find a closet there. So just keep on adding, and now we're back. We can go and change it to closet. We already have it. We're gonna add it there. We already have it here. So this is 2 bedrooms. Here we could add it here. And then once you finish, you could definitely use your arrow key in your keyboard to just nudge it in place. And here you could also put it inside or outside, depending on the location where you put your arrow. So I think I didn't miss anything, so that's good. You can press escape. And then here, we're gonna go to annotate and detailed line. We need to add in, let's use demolish. And then we could just add 2 lines. It doesn't matter. For me, it doesn't matter for the 2 lines, but just add it inside the closet. That represent the rod, and that's the proper detail for any closet. So let's do the entrance first again. So this one, you can notch it in place if you want. And then let's do the bigger closet. I know it's not pretty, but you can definitely work on that. Add it here. Okay, so I'm just gonna select that CS. So that's create similar. If you mistakenly press escape. Okay, make sure you didn't miss anything. Here I missed the door, so I'm just gonna press escape, click here, CS, and then there you go. And then now click here, CS again, create similar, and then you'll be able to add it immediately. You don't need to keep on clicking annotate and then detailed line. It's a fast way, and hopefully you guys use it all the time. It will make your life um, easy, and you'll be able to add in. So here CS again. If you mistakenly press escape, here we could just nudge it in place. So put it on left, and I believe we got it. I'm just checking if we miss anything. This one's too big. Let's make it smaller. And I think we're good. So now what I'm planning to do is add in the toilet or the bathtub first, because the toilet we could insert it. So here I have a bathtub. I'm just gonna drop it, and then here it's a wall face place. So we could definitely add it. None of the created. So what you do is VG. So that's visibility graphics. So once you open VG, you look for. So let's look for anything of this. So some of the plumbing sometimes doesn't show. So we need to investigate. So it looks like everything is good here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna insert it again. So CM, and then now click on place on work plane. So now it will show it like that. So let's just go in the wall. So once you go into the wall, it will adhere to the angle. So right here, I'm just pressing space bar, and it will go to the space like that. So once you see that, if we check our 3D view and zoom in, I think I place it somewhere right here. So I just want to point out that we were able to place it. Let me view this properly. It's near here. Sorry, so it's there. So basically you'll have the 3D of that. So now let's click on that CS, create similar, place it on a work plane, which is level 3. And then now we keep on adding those into the space. And then go to the wall so that you will be able to add it right here as well. And then here, go to the midpoint of the wall and then just add it afterwards. This same wall, same direction, and then here, keep on going. In the front should be the curved part. And then here is the shower. So let's add in the toilet first. Insert, load family, and then go to plumbing, architectural, fixtures, and then urinals or water closet, toilet domestic, and you just pick 2D. 2D is more than enough. CM once you do, and then just add in the toilet onto the space. So that's done right there. Let's add it here. We still forgot this one. So we need to go back. Good thing that it's showing pink so that we'll be able to review. This one's right here. This one as well. We've missed this. And then let's go back. CS. Click place into work plane. And then go back and add this. There we go. And then I believe somewhere here we miss one more as well, right here. And then let's add in sink first, and then after that, the shower. So go insert, load family, and then go back here and go to sink. Let's add in a square vanity, CM, and let's start here again. And then here, same thing, go to the wall so that you don't need to rotate. Just place it right there. Go to the wall again. Look for the midpoint of the wall and just add the sink. Add it here. And then here as well. There you go. And then rotate this one. And then here. Obviously, when you have time, you can place it nicely. And you can take your time placing it so that everything is uniform. I'm just placing it fast so that it doesn't bore you. And obviously, we still have to do a lot of cleaning up and adding more details. But I just want to show you the idea on how to do it fast, especially when you're just um, clicking on spacebar so that you can rotate it nicely. Okay, looks like we got everything. Now let's load the shower. So shower stall, you can click that open as well. And after that, CM, and then here we have it, same thing. Click it like that. And then now we need to do some measuring. So click it there first. Edit type, duplicate this. So we could just put it as 2. And then now the depth or the width, depending on which one will move. I think we're just going to estimate this to be 1200. So now this one's moved. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rotate this. And then with that said, we need to expand this more. I'm just going to edit this. I think this will be 1300 and then 900. Let's put it more, 1400. I think 1400 by 900 will be enough for the room. And then here, we're going to click it again, CS. And then we're going to add it to the showers. So look for this one. Go to the wall beside it, and then rotate it from there by using spacebar. Here again, go to the wall. There we go. Go to the wall, rotate it by pressing spacebar. There we go. And I think that's it. We started from there. And then what we could do is go to architecture and click on room. So RM, I would like to add in the same information that we have here. Here, this is right there. So same information, 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom. So we're just adding that and then clicking here, 2 bedroom, and make sure this is all caps, and then plus then. So let's start from there. This one, 1 bedroom, Control A, Control C, so that it's faster. This one, 2 bedroom, change it to 2. This one is 1 bedroom, or actually this is 2 bedroom. This one is 1 bedroom. Actually, this is actually 2 bedroom. I just noticed. And then here CS, and then add a door right here. We're missing a door there. And then here 2 bedroom as well. This is 1 bedroom. 1 bedroom again. And that looks good. And then let's try and see. So from the imported category VG, visibility graphics, so you just type in VG, it will pop out. Go to imported categories and uncheck this one as well, because we override it. So now this is what we have. So as you can see, everything looks nice, and we could double check what we don't have. So let's just put it back. And then click apply and then OK. Because in the next video, we're going to concentrate on the kitchen, and we're going to finalize whatever we have right here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 10 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the closet doors and even the bathtub, toilets, and sink. Now we're going to continue working on this by adding the kitchen. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to insert. So go to insert, load family, and let's go to sink. And then here, we're going to add in the kitchen sink, single. Clicking open, and then CM. Here they're using double. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna load the double or the triple. I think they're using the double sink, which is right here. And I'm gonna provide this as well. So CM, and then you just need to go to this, and then same idea. You just need to click it and spacebar so that it will rotate on its place. So this one's done, and let's do the rest. So from here we start again onto this. So you could go to the wall again so that it will go and rotate on that wall. So that's done. Let's go here and add. And then here we could just go and paste it from here and then here as well. and then this one on this side, and then this side as well. So just double checking. I think this one's done. Yes, we have this one. So it looks like we're done with this, and then now we're gonna add in the cooktop. Let's go back to the main and go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then let's go to mid-range and then cooktop. You have gas, and then we have electric. Let's use the electric, and then load, and then after that CM. So that's create similar. You just need to put it right there. We could use workplay so that it's easier to see. Similar to that, go to the wall as well, and we're gonna remove that tag. Here, as you can see, if you go to any angled line or even curved corners, you will also adhere to that angle. So this one is very easy to go and change. So here I'm just connecting it to this angle line, cooktop right there. Add it here. Right there. Add it there. And then after that, just click this, edit type, and then uncheck this show label. Once you do, apply, and then OK. It will disappear on all the cooktop. After this, let's add in the fridge. So load family, and then let's add the fridge as well. So here, the fridge are bigger. I'm just looking for a smaller fridge. Let's try and add this instead. So I'm gonna open and let's see. So here we could add in the fridge. So it's big. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit this. So click on that, edit type. Here you can uncheck this one. We don't need to create a duplicate because we could just change it from here. The height, it doesn't matter for me for the height because we're not gonna create a 3D out of this. We're just going to represent it with that. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the width and the depth. So here I'm going to do a 700 by 700. Click apply and then OK. I believe 700 by 700 it will be enough for this space. So CS on that. So we add it on this spot. Let's go around and then same here. whatever angle you want, you can add it there. This one, I want it to be angled again, similar to this. This, I just want to add it on that. And then here as well. Okay, and then add here as well. Add it there. And I believe we're good with this. Next, the countertop. And what we're gonna use is an annotate detail line, and we're gonna change this to 10 lines. And we're gonna use pick line. So I'm gonna use pick line to just trace it. So that's done. We could just review that later on once we turn off this. So here, just adding the lines. Okay, let's add it there. And then here as well. Okay, with that. And I believe this one, we already have this. And then actually, we need to add detail lines for this. So let's finish this one. So we need, so that's done. We need to add it right here. So I know it's kind of confusing right now. You can turn off and on. So that's up to you. But for me, I'm just gonna do it like this now. So this is to represent the top of that. And then CS here, create similar. Okay. Here I'm going to move this one a bit so that we have space on that. So that will be fine. Create similar again. Right there. CS. Okay. And I believe we're done. So that's good. We added more detail. And then now, let's add in the floor. So let's go and click on architecture, click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Okay, edit, and then change this material. Let's go to stone again. And we're just going to use limestone just to change it up. It's not the final material. And then here, I'm going to use pick line so that we could go around. So click that one and then click on the wall again. So we're going from the inside right here, and then obviously we're going to create a balcony. So we're going to create that with another floor so that we just go so that the floor doesn't stick out. So click on finish, and if we look at it at 3D, we have a floor right now. Okay, so let's go back and double check everything. So I believe what we could do is we could remove our background or our composite, VG, go to imported categories and uncheck that. Click apply and then OK. So later on, probably we're gonna turn on and off those. So that's for later. What I want to do now is to add more details and basically add the laundry. So let's go back and insert, and it's basically, sorry, let's go back and then go to specialty equipment again, domestic. Let's delete this and go to mid-range. We have the washer and dryer combo right here. Click on open, and then here type in CM and then go and add the washer and dryer as well. So just add it for now, and then we're gonna remove that later on. We're gonna remove the tag. You can even leave it if you want, but for now, let's just place it. So I'm doing the same trick. I'm going to to the wall so that I could turn it from that side. So washer and dryer right there. Okay. I think we could just leave it for now for that one. I think that will be good enough. And then here, if you have something like that, what you can do is click on the line right this one and add in an X. That could be plumbing, that could be electrical. So we need space for those. So here, most of the time, we have it right there from the entrance. So that will be plumbing. It's near the kitchen. We're going to extend this and we're going to add. So anything that you see that one, we need to add an X. Here we're going to add as well. We're going to add more info and we're going to double check everything. Two bedroom plus 10. And then we're going to connect all the lines as well. So don't worry about that. We're going to finalize that later on. We just need to add the X mark onto those. So I believe that's good enough. Now what I'm gonna do is let's use TR, and then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on that CS and add another one like that on this side. TR, trim and extend, and then we could just remove the excess there. Here, TR again, and then here we could just extend this CS and then extend it like that. So just double check all the things that you've done in the kitchen and then just delete the excess. And then here, CS, and then add just go around. Let's TR here and then delete this. And then we want to make sure that it's not overlapping, and then everything is connected so that it looks nice. TR, trim and extend, delete the extra and the overlapping. And then here, CS, add it right there. TR, trim and extend, delete the remaining. This one, plus then. and then delete this. This one is overlapping, and just fix it. So that looks nice. And then if you want to add the hatching, what you can do is go to annotate. This is region, and then you could add different. So let me show it to you. So what we could do is go type in VG, go to imported categories. We need this so that we could have our um, the same outline. So here, what you could do to represent something like a tiling, usually from the kitchen and then the bathroom, is to click on filled region. Here you could add different kinds of hatching. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on rectangle, and then we're gonna click finish. So basically that's the same hatching as this one. So now the way you're gonna do it is click on region, click on pick lines, or you could draw. So here it's gonna be easy. We're gonna outline the same pattern as this and click finish. Now you have a hatching like that. But now go to edit type, and then you want it to fill or uncheck the masking. Apply and then OK. Now you're going to be able to see everything. So now VG again, imported categories, uncheck everything, click apply and then OK. Now everything will look like that. CS. Now you can add the same pattern, and then once you go here, just click on that. Same pattern, and then the angle was done as well. Let's do that again. Here, it's just a straight line. What you could do is you can extend it here, line up to there, and then pick line after that. So it's gonna be easier for you, and then we just need to do that. So here for the washroom, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to go around this, and then let's do more. Anything with an angle, leave it. Because it's easier to do a pick line. And then after that, you will need to trim and extend those. TR, TR. So now you just need to keep on doing that. We have something like this again. We have straight lines right here. And we could just go over this. I'm doing it one by one because for me that's better. And then I'm just gonna mask it right here. Or what I could do is undo everything, click it here. I'm just gonna go over right here. And then click on there. And then here, so you can see we need to close the I know it's not perfect, but you get the idea. Here we forgot to add the door. So this is good. At least we're able to see the missing things that we're adding. We missed. So you want to make sure kitchen and washroom are done. And then here again, CS. You can use this, pick line, and then finish off with this. And then here, pick line, and then you just need to close off. CS right here. Oops. CS again for this. And you want to make sure that you're doing everything. You're not missing. I know it's too much work, but that's the way you do it. You can basically skip on this part once you know the how to do it. Here we miss the line or the X. We're just adding those. And then click here, CS, and we're just adding, and then TR, trim and extend. We're almost done. And then here as well. Let's start from here. CS right here. I'm just doing it one by one so that I don't need to go back and forth just to fix. Okay, so I think we're done. I'm just checking if we missed something, which is right here. And then here we just need to extend that so that everything is good. And then if we see anything, we just need to clean those up. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type in VG. That's for visibility graphics. And I'm just going to turn on the AutoCAD that we did so that we could assess where we're going to add in the balcony for this part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a floor. So here I'm going to go to architecture and then click on floor. And then this will be floor for the balcony. So we're going to duplicate this and then this will be floor number 4. And then go to edit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to white or something that is white. So I'm going to use maybe gypsum wallboard. So I'm going to use this so that we could change it later on if we want to. Click apply and then OK. And then here, what I'm going to use is pick line. I'm planning to pick the lines right here, or if not, so I'm gonna choose this, and then we could just offset this. Here, what we could do is we could just move it backwards, or what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick or create a line from here, and then create a line on the other side as well, and make sure it's touching that one. And here, instead of offsetting this, I'm gonna click this. This one is the start end radius arc. So I'm gonna create an arc from this layout. So here, I don't want it to be like that. So instead, I'm gonna add in a line first in the middle where it will be our midpoint. So give me a second. This is our midpoint right here. This is in this floor plan, and we're going to attach it to perpendicular here. Maybe we could just attach it right there. This will be just our point right here, so that we could have a nicer arc in a nicer shape. So I'm gonna do it like that, and probably I'm just gonna select it from this side of the line. Again, I'm gonna click here at each end, then we are going to just select that one. So now we can delete this, and then TR, trim and extend right here. So I'm gonna select this. I think the reason for this is circular. So what we can do is we could just delete this and do it the same thing. So undo it once you add that, and then we're gonna keep this line right here. So this will be our line. Now we could just delete this. Okay, and then do it same. We need this midpoint, or this end, not midpoint. So I'm just gonna do it again right here, but it's not letting me do it. So instead, let me try and do this end to this end. Okay, now it's looking like that, which is not the way that we want to. I just want it to be looking like this, similar to the. So let's try and do this again. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this back like that, and pull this one right there, and let's see. No, It doesn't work like that. Undo it and just delete it. So what I decided to do is just use spline. So what you could do is you could just click it, and then every intersection with a parallel wall, just click it there. And we're gonna deal with that after we finish this. And then at the end here, click finish first, or don't click finish yet because we need to remove this. If you just want to close it, you could do it so that you could just edit. But right now we could just add it and then fix the angles. So right now, I know it's not that accurate, but you gotta do what you gotta do. We're gonna fix that later on. And as you can see, spline is good. And the more you click, the more of this will appear, which is the drag line. Now you could just decrease in the location that you need to decrease. Here it's too much, just a little bit. You can zoom in. And that is looking good. Click finish, and there you go. And then I've seen that this one is not connected, so you just need to fix it a bit. So just double check all your intersections, especially at the end. So that is looking good. What we can do now is split this SL, and then here we could just move it backwards like that, because we need to open this and add in our railings SL right here as well, and then here anything that with a balcony, you need to slice that. Make sure that you have a nicer edge so that for connection. Here I'm gonna use TR, trim and extend. It will form like that. You can use this TR so that you don't need to move it like that. Oops, the other way around. Okay, so balcony, balcony, balcony for that. And now we could then go back and VG so that we could remove the background or the overlay that we did, and now it's looking like that. Save it, and then let's look at it at 3D to see what we've got. As you can see, we have something like that. Here it's still showing because every view will have that. Okay, and then now what we could do is we could add in, so let's go to level 3 and then add in our railing. Click on the railing, glass bottom fill, edit type, duplicate. This one will be on the rail. And then here we could change later on the look, but we could do this is to pick lines and then let's offset this to 50. Let's see 50 first, which is good enough. I can see that 50 is good. And even at the end, and then click finish. After that, do it again. Click on railing and make sure it's condo. And then here, pick line again, and then 50. But here, we need to remove it. Or here, it doesn't let you click. So you could just use this and then do your arc. So I'm just estimating it now. So now I'm gonna remove the offset so that I could put it to the position that I want, just a little bit from there, and then zoom out so that you could see the angle. Click finish after, and then here as well. Don't put any offset anymore, and then make sure to use this. It's perfect. And then railing again. And this is the last. This is too far. So I'm just gonna delete this and do it again. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. What we can select that, edit. Let's change this. So this is square. And then I want the top as well. So check the baluster. Flat, still flat. Okay. So the top rail, elliptical, maybe we could change this to a rectangular. So that looks better. Instead of circular, we have it rectangular for the top rail. So that's the only thing that we change. And then here as well. So now it's looking good. So before we put anything else, we need to change this to a curtain wall. Let's try and do the storefront or exterior glazing. Let's see the pattern, which is too high. Let's try it again. And let's see the storefront. The storefront is good as well. As you can see, it has those, and then they change the pattern as well. So I'm kind of feeling that we could just use the storefront. So from the top, we could basically change it instantly by just using the storefront. And then from the inside here, we could change it as well to a storefront. We just want to make sure that we have everything. We selected everything, and then a storefront. So that's perfect. I like the look of that now. I'm not sure if we should change the glazing at the top. So here the glass, a different material. But for now, we're just gonna leave it like that. Maybe we could just change it later on once we figure out. So that looks good. Usually there's partition or panels um, to divide this. We're gonna look into that later on. But yeah, it's probably a good time to look into it now before we create a copy of everything. Because once we group everything all together, it will change the look of this. Also, we need to add a roof at the top here. And then this will be all glass. And obviously, we're going to change the look of this. So we're going to finish here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to change the walls to an exterior wall. So it's still a curtain wall, but a storefront. And then now we have balcony as well. And if we see it in 3D, it looks ready to be grouped and copied to clipboard. But before that, what we could do is we need to add a roof for this building. So let's go to level 2. And before we change this to storefront as well, we need to pick the lines for the walls so that it's easier for us. So now click on level 2. The reason that we need level 2, but we're going to add it to level 3 roof, it's because we need the um, perimeters so that it's easy for us to pick line. So now what you can do is go to architecture, click on roof. Once you click on roof, edit this type, duplicate. This will be called roof number 1. Press OK, edit, change the thickness to 200, and then the material to something white. So this one is good enough. Press OK and then OK. After that, now you need to click on pick line, and then the base level, you need to change this to level 3. So now it will be placed to level 3, and we can just use pick line to click on the exterior part of the building. Or what we could do is click on the interior part because we're going to extend this a little bit. And you want to make sure that the fine slope is unchecked. So right here, so we need to undo what we've done before we click anything. So pick level 3 and then uncheck the fine slope. Click it from the inside of the wall and then just go around the perimeter. And obviously there will be an error because we already have some floors right here. So click finish. And then now if we see it, it will look like that. We need to edit this, edit footprint, and then we need to go to level 3. And then from level 3, we need to click on the perimeter right here. The issue right now is once we go here, now on this circular, it's going to be harder for us. So we're going to estimate this now. So I'm going to create something like that. And then like this again. Zoom it here. Or what we could do, I don't like the look of this. I'm just going to change this, add this, and then now click it from the window. It will be a bit more, but it will look better. At least we have something that we could click and then The only issue with this is there's more cleaning up. As you can see, all of that we need to connect. But all necessary so that we could have a nicer design. So we could actually just click those as well, so that once we trim and extend those, so this is the tedious part because we want it to be exactly within the perimeter of the third floor so that there's no overlapping. And Revit will let us know if we miss anything anyway, so don't worry about those. So we just need to keep on clicking. And then obviously here, we need to clean this up now. For this part, there we go. TR, trim and extend. Then as you can see here, it's not actually connected. So I don't like the look of that. So might as well just connect them all together. So delete the ones in the middle now. It will just make our life harder. Just connect them. I know this is gonna be time consuming for everyone, so you could just skip this part once you know what you're trying to do. And just be patient, because once we have this, everything will be easy. Because we're just doing it in one floor, but the other floors are good enough. Okay, So now we need to focus. We're almost there. Just one more rotation. Here we should just connect. Here, let's try and use this. Okay, and then pick this again, or this one. Delete this, and then keep on clicking, and then we're gonna trim that later on. Let's try and do that. So I'm just checking. And there we have it. We just need to connect those part now with the mullion. Double check here. I think we're done. So let's see. And then this part, we just need to move this back. So TR, trim and extend here. And then here, trim and extend. Relief, we need to this part. So this part we need to go right here on the other side. Okay. So I believe this is, and then it's showing more right here. Let's see the other one right there. Trim this. And let's look at it at 3D. There we go. So that's perfect. The next, what I'm planning to do is add in a parapet right here at the top of the wall right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on wall, and then we're gonna create an exterior wall number 2. So edit type, duplicate, and then just maintain the 200 and clad white. Press OK, and then now what you need to go to is level 2, and then on level 2 click that exterior wall again, change the base offset to 4000, and then the top offset is 500. I'm going to pick the line, and then I'm gonna choose center line. So I need to click on this on every center line. So I'm gonna add it around the perimeter. And then lastly, I believe is right here. Let's look at it at 3D. So now, this is from level 1 to 2, but I don't know, we need a base offset of 4000, which I did. But here, it's only 400, so that's why. So now we need to change this to 4000 as well. So 4000, not 400. Here we need to change that. I'm just selecting everything again because I made a mistake of adding 400 instead of 4000. So now everything is from the top. And then here we need to fix something. This one, I believe, or this one is protruding outside. And then let's connect that. And then TR, trim and extend. So now we could just select this and then change it to storefront. Select this one, storefront. We want to make sure to just select individual. It's because we might get into an issue where we select everything and it will delete the roof. So here, constraint of the sketch define the highlighted element cannot be satisfied. Show. Okay, so now if we change that to a storefront, it will cause us to be able to delete the roof. So if we check it out, I just want to point this out to you guys, and then delete the item, it will delete the roof. So I'm gonna undo that, and in this part we're going to change it manually by using what we're doing before, which is curtain wall. And then here, so let me do that first. So here as well on this part. So before we deal with this, let's do the one for the first floor. And same thing, do it individually so that you don't need to um, bother with what you're doing there. So here, storefront, and the door there got deleted, which is good because we could just change it to a curtain wall door. Here we don't need to change anything, and even at the back here. So we could just leave it like that. And then what we need to do is we need to make sure to change this. We could maintain the same one. And then here we need to remove some of this. So I believe this is from the west side. So here, what you could do is a trick is select the wall and then create an opening. So that will create an opening there and we can extend it from the level 2. So go to level 2 or level 3, sorry. And then here we could just extend this. So we could just put it all the way there. And then this side, you need to go to the opening and then extend it like so. So we don't need to bother with that. And then here as well, what we need to do is go to our probably east side. And then from east, select that, click create an opening. Let's see if this is the east side. Okay, now if it's not the east, it's probably another. So let's go and look for it. No, it's not the east side. Not the south. So north. It's the north side, which is right here. Click on opening, wall opening, and then just create an opening right like that. And then go back to level 3 so that you will see it properly. Extend this all the way. And then here, click on the opening and then extend it like that. And that will be good enough. Once we see it, it will look like that. It's still looking good. And then here, we could create another opening as well. So wall opening, and then just create the wall opening similar to that. So click on the wall, click on wall opening, and then the same height. And then now we could just go to our level 3 or into 3D, and we could just extend it like that. And then let's see if we change this, will it delete the, yes, it's still gonna delete it because it's, so just cancel it. And then now at least everything is looking much better. Nothing is overlapping. What we could do here is we could add in more details later on. But now what we could do is go to your level 2 and then let's add a curtain wall. So click on wall and then go down, curtain wall. And then here we're going to add this like that all the way at the end. And then here as well, all the way to the end. And then after that, go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first, and then the curtain wall. wall first and then curtain wall. And then let's look at it at 3D. So it's looking like that. So base offset should be 0. And similar to this, 0. Sorry, so 0 with this. Okay, so we're just making the same outline. So let's go to our north elevation. And then here, we could go to our architecture, curtain grid, and then we're just going to have the same line like that. And for the bottom, we're just gonna leave it like that. We just need to find 1500, and then we're going to create a copy, and then, or we could maybe use offset 1500. So this one doesn't work. So now let's just do it manually. Curtain grid 1500. So this is the hard part now, is to maintain the same distance. Oops. Supposed to be in the midpoint right there. You just need to be patient again in order to add everything nicely. Okay, and then just adding, and then let's add this, and then mullion. Let's see what kind of mullion we have here. 50 by 150. So 50 by 150, make sure all grid and then select. And then let's look at it. So it looks the same. And then we just need to do it on the other side. So the E side. So mullion, sorry, curtain grid. We need to assess the curtain grid from the side. So here, what I'm gonna do is this is, I couldn't see what's the height, so 1600 from the top. So what we could do now is click on East, click on Curtain Grid, and then now click on the grid, and then 1600. So that's the same height. And then here, we need to do the same. And there we have it. Just click all grids again, and there we go. That is looking good. And it looks uniform. We just need to go back to level 2 and make sure to extend this. And then let's look at it again, which is looking good. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this building. Let's get started. So now, let's prepare and get ready to um, group all this for the level 3. So let's go to level 3 again and make sure to save it. And then here, before we do that, let's add some partition right here. and you want to make sure you don't have any underlay so that when we uh, copy this, nothing else will be copied aside from what are we have here. So now let's go level 3, and then we're going to add in, I think just a curtain will be good enough, or even an exterior glazing. So here we could just add in a glazing right there. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it just needs to um, create a partition. So base offset, nothing, but top offset, let's change this to um, negative 1500. So let's see. I think that's too small. Maybe we should change that higher. So negative uh, 500. So that's good. So negative 500 is perfect. And then we're going to maintain that. So here, select that, CS, create similar. And the reason for that, so that we don't need to keep on changing those. So this is one room. So we just need to create this right there. This is, but this will be one bedroom right here. We still need to partition this so that we have some privacy here inside the room. So there, add that. We're gonna extend that later on. Add that. Add this. And add that. Okay, so that looks nice. Everything is partitioned. Now what we can do is add in the door. So go to insert, load family, and go back to the main and look for doors. And this will be curtain wall door. So this one, the single one will be good. Open. And now we need to go and change the panels to a door. So we need to find, so let's go to level 3, and then we need to remember where to put it. Obviously, we're gonna put it individually right here and here as well, and then later on for the base. So now let's go and add. So we're gonna add it from our 3D, and then here, select by keeping tab and then selecting it. You need to unpin so that you could change this. It doesn't show. You need to click on find so that it will show. Here again, we need to add. So right now, we're just gonna keep on adding curtain wall door, and then we're gonna change the orientation later on when we see the floor plan. So I'm just adding one door. Click on that. Click here. And then curtain wall door. And then, okay, door again right here. And then lastly, this one. Door. And then click one here so that we don't go around. You need to unpin it. And then click one here so that we could orbit on that point. Unpin again and change it. Here, unpin, and then change it. Select here, rotate, unpin, and select that. So I think we're good. We could now go to our level 3 again and change the orientation. So you need to select the door, change the orientation, select that, flip it, select this, flip, so keep on flipping it. Here is already flipped from the inside, but let's change that so that the hinge, the way it opens, is the other way around. So that's perfect. And then later on, we're going to add in more design to that. So I think we're ready to copy everything. So here, um, let's go and select everything. And you want to make sure that you don't select anything from below, similar to the one that I'm doing. So I'm checking this one. So let me do it again. So this one got selected, but this one has been highlighted as well. Okay, so now we can now click on copy first, copy clipboard, but we could just group it, create group. This will be group one, detailed one, whatever. You can just change it if you want, but I'm just gonna leave the name. So now everything is ready. And then this is model group number 1. I'm gonna select that, then paste to selected levels. Obviously floor 4 up to floor 35. So you need to select level 4 first, scroll down, hold on shift, and then click on level 35 to select everything. Press OK, and it will be pasting the element to each floor. It will take a while, but we just need to be patient. So that took about 5 minutes. So now let's see what we have come to. So now this is the 3D, and we were able to copy it to up to 35 floor. And then here, let's change that so that everything, or we could see everything, consistent color. That looks nice. We just need to create the top. We could add in more at the top there, top level. And that looks very nice, the way it comes up. Obviously, we could add in more design here, specifically on this part where the corners are. And we could add in more to make it more beautiful. So now what we could do is we could even create something here, a metal covering. And like I said, if you create a group, if you change something on the first on one group, it will change on everything. So that way it's easier for us to change. That's why it took us longer to finish the level 3, because we're doing it everything for all the floors that we created. So at least we started this, and we just need to finish it later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to group one of the floors, and then we paste it on each floor that we have on each level. So now we're going to work on this more, especially at the top, so that we have it all finished. So here, level 35, I just want to double check through our north elevation the levels that we have. So we have level 35. I'm planning to just click on this and then click on copy. Maybe we could just click on multiple, and then we could just type in 3000. So level 36, and then this one maybe around 5000, and then we're going to change this to roof, and then here is top of roof. So now we're just gonna cover this. So we need to go to view, and then plan views, floor plan, and then select both of this and then press OK. After that, we'll be able to see it in our floor plan. So after that, let's select the roof first. And then here, what we're gonna do is let's go to one of the elevations, and then we need to extend this again in order for everything to be shown. So I did it in our north, and then east, we need to do that as well. So I'm just double checking now on all of them. Okay, and then west, let's double check as well. So that's good. So now we can go to our 35th floor. Why 35th? Because we need um, the way it is done, so that we could just cover those, and then we could just add it the roof at the top of it. So click on roof, make sure define slope is unchecked, and then we could just keep roof number 1, and then here let's change this to roof so that it will be placed on the roof. And then now let's select pick line. Hopefully we could just pick, there we go. I'm just gonna choose this. Click on finish, and let's look at it first. It looks fine, but it's outside of this. So I'm gonna undo that. Let's go to our 35th floor and delete that. Choose pick line again, and then let's offset this to around 100. So once we click here, it will be going to the outside. Spacebar. I want it to be offset outside though. So let's see. Instead of 100, let's do 200. Offset to 200 so that it's completely covered. There we go. And you just need to be patient and select this. And you could just zoom in so that you could have more room to go to the right orientation. After that, click finish, show, click finish. I didn't see it. Self-intersecting spline are not allowed to sketch. So now let's check what is wrong with this. So there's something wrong here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete it and do it again. 200, zoom in and zoom in again. It's still the same problem. So might as well delete it now. And then let's Let's just do it like we did before. So just click on roof 35, and then let's change this to roof, apply, and then here just select, and let's just select it like that again. Just this one worked, and it's above that, so it doesn't matter. And then now we just need to go and add in the top. It's just gonna be some mechanical room. So we need to go to top of roof or roof itself. And then let's create a wall. And then we could just add in an exterior wall, number 3. Duplicate this. Okay. And then change this to a metal. So something metal will be good enough. Let's use this, apply, and then OK, and then OK. This one will be roof up to top of the roof. Delete the offset. We don't need that. And then here, let's select this, and I'm just gonna draw something like this. It doesn't need to be, or we could do a circle or a smaller ellipse. So let's do that instead. So click on the ellipse around the midpoint, and let's add it like that. And then let's rotate it, RO, just a bit so that it's in the right circle. And then just look at it in 3D, how it looks. So that looks fine. That will be metal covering. And then we could just add in a slanted roof. So let's go to south elevation. So now we have it here. We're just going to slant our roof. So I'm gonna add in a roof again. So for the roof, I'm gonna click on roof by extrusion. Pick a plane. I'm gonna choose a plane like here, whatever's what we could use. And then from here, I'm going to slant it. Or we could just create the roof from there. So I'm gonna create a roof. And then we could just manually do it for the floor. Edit type, duplicate, roof number 2. This will be the same material. So this will be bronze, I believe. Okay, so like that. And then here, it needs to go to the top of the roof and then select it from the outside. And then here, let's go to one of the elevation. So here we need to click on let's modify sub element. Let's go to 3D, and then here we're gonna click that, and then we could actually move this one down. So we could go negative 1000 or 2000 or 1500. Let's look at it at 3D or at south elevation. Now it's looking like that. What we could do now is attach to top base, and I'm trying to select the and join it. So for some reason it's not showing. So for this one, it's not working for the attach base. So I'm going to undo this. So I'm gonna undo, and I'm going to delete the roof instead. And then let's do it what we think of earlier. Click on roof or roof by extrusion. Pick a plane. Pick on one of the planes that are perpendicular. Top of the roof reference. And then here we're going to just create the slant. And then obviously we need to edit the profile. But it's going to be hard because of that. So I'm gonna undo this again. So it's actually very hard to just slant this. Modify. Negative 1500. And it doesn't make me do. So what I could do is, let's go to one of our elevation, and maybe we could just edit the profile or create an opening. So now I know it's not possible to edit the profile when it's circular or ellipse like that. So we're just gonna leave it like this. That's fine with me. I just want to show something different at the top anyway. So that's fine. But now what we could do is we could create the sheets. So what we could do is we could go here and the view and then click on sheet. Let's load in different title block. Um, let's use a or something A1, and then create new, okay, and then title block. So, and then here we could just put in cover page. The project name is MG Building. You can change the author or the checker here right here as well. Maybe you could just put JP designer or drawn by JP, page number, whatever you want right here, owner, EC Designs or Archcore Designs, and whatever right here. And then after that, we could add in more. So go to view, sheets, same, or instead of here, what we could do is, let's delete this and then do it new sheet right here so that everything will be already here as well. All information except for right here. Here we still need to change that as well. So here this will be first floor. Create new again, or right here, right click, new sheet, and then we can keep on adding new sheet as well. Multiple ways to doing this. Second floor. Third floor, typical. And then we need elevation. By the way, here we need to change this to, and then 3, 4, and then 5 again. This one, let's do elevations. And then another elevation. And then what we could do is I think that's about it that we could do. We could do section if you guys want. Let's go and just click here, section. And then now what we could do is the cover page will be, let's go to our, so let's clean up first. Let's go to our 3D after. So here we have our 3D. Obviously, we're still not done. We still need to create the floors right here. So we need to go to level 1 and then click on floor and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 5, and then here will be concrete. Let's go concrete. Let's use precast, concrete, press OK, and then OK. I'm not sure if we have floor already for the first, which is we don't have. We only have floors for up to here. So I'm surprised. We could just edit this later on. But I'm surprised that we have floors there, but we forgot to push it from above here. So you know what? I'm just gonna finish this first. And then here for the floor here, edit. And then here we need to go around again. So delete this, pick this one. So for here, TR, and then delete this. We need to go around the building, delete this, and then click on that. TR, there we go. Now we need to pick on this. So we already have that. We need to pick on one of this. So TR, but before that, we need to actually pick this one first, and then TR right here. Now we need to pick the rotation right here as well, similar to what we did before. And obviously that's an oversight of me not seeing that we did not extend those. Then now TR, sorry, escape TR, trim and extend. Make sure to join them all together. Okay, let's see if we miss anything. Show right here, TR, click finish, and then show again, which is right here, TR, and then I believe somewhere right here. There we go. Click finish, and we got our floor right there, and we just need to add in the floor for outside. This is the concrete? No. Now we just need to add in another floor. Edit type, duplicate 5, and then this is concrete. precast, okay, and then okay. You need to pick the lines right here. Same idea. And then same idea right here as well. So we need to do it manually again. Around the perimeter. So only on this spot again. Okay, TR. Okay, let's look into this and see if we finish everything. Show. And then now that we have that, sorry, it shouldn't be like that. We need an outside. Basically, we're letting them know that this is for this side only. So this is for the um, sidewalk. And then we could just filter arc on this spot. And then filter fillet here as well. On this side, we have a building. Okay. For this, we need to remove this because this is not a sidewalk. Instead, this will be for the outside. So we don't need this area to be with the floor, only up to this part. Okay, TR, and then click finish, show this part which is right here. We could add in one more here as well. That's for the other building. So let's just add. So I'm just gonna click here. And then mirror this. Draw axis mirror. So we have something similar at this side. But we're just gonna add in a different building. Oh, it's weird. It doesn't let me do a draw. There we go. TR. There we go. And then after that, we need to draw the road. So for the road, it's gonna be floor again. And then this will be edit type, duplicate 6. And then here, we're just gonna change this to lightweight. Press OK, OK. And this one will be height offset -200. We're gonna choose this to pick lines from the outside. And then now the outside or the perimeter of the building. And then select this to connect that. Select that. And then now we could just do this. So we're just gonna extend this all the way there and then here. Just make it big enough. Click finish, show. Here we just need to trim this. And then trim this as well. And then this. TR. And then I believe somewhere right here as well, one more. There we go. Click finish, save the project. And then we have this huge area. So now we could just add in buildings around. And then at the background as well if we want to. But we could just go over that later on. What we have here is good enough to start. Obviously, we still need to add in doors around the entrance right here. And then after that, once we finish that, we could add everything on our sheet. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Um, let's create a starting view. So let's go to our level 1, and then let's go to our 3D view, drop down, and then camera. We're going to take a picture from here all the way there. And then it will generate a view which will be under right here. So 3D view number 1. Now we just need to change this to fine. And now we could just do a consistent colors first. And then obviously once we add in more information, we could you can see this one's better in terms of information and detail. So for now, we have it like that. You can obviously rotate it from here, then the view, and then in terms of, let's go back here, select this, and then go to level 1. As you can see, you'll be able to change again the orientation by selecting here or by moving it around. You can extend this as well. And then this view, 3D view, we could set this one as a starting view. So what we need to do is go to, let's look for it, starting view under manage. Not the last view, we need 3D view number 1. Press OK. So every time you open this, this will be the first thing that you'll be seeing. Let's save this. And we're going to continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to prepare the sheets and also we added the sidewalks. Let's go back to level 1 and I just want to add one more right here on the side. So I'm just going to click on the sidewalk, edit boundary, and we're just going to select this one and then click on mirror draw axis. I'm just going to add it in the middle right here, and with that we'll be able to create one more here just to add for the depth. And then here, edit boundary, and then we're just going to extend this more so that we could just play around with the area right here. And if we go back, we will be able to add in a building right here and on this side as well. And then let's go to our south elevation. I believe we need to add in, so this is south, let's try the west. We need to go right here where we're gonna add in an entrance. So basically we're going to create a model in place and then generic model, This is for the entrance of the grocery. So I'm thinking around here in the middle. So let's go and create an extrusion. Pick a plane, which is one of the walls right here. And then let's just create a rectangle. So somewhere around here would be good enough. And then from there, another rectangle. And then we're just going to put it somewhere right here. And don't worry about that. We're gonna delete and then SL to split element right here. Now TR, trim and extend here, and trim and extend right here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this as well. And for the category, let's add in a metal material. Let's use this. So let's use another one that we haven't used. So lead. So let's use lead. And then let's click finish. And then let's look at it at 3D to assess what we've done. So here we could just extend this a bit. So that's our entrance right there. Click on finish. I'm happy with that. And then now for the others, we're just gonna leave it probably like this, or we could create an angle right here. And then now we should add in the door. So similar to what we did before, you will need to select the panel and then select the door. So unpin it first and then select the door. So here, edit in place, select this, pick a new one. So let's select this one. Because what happened is we selected one of the door, and because of that, we need to shift this. So now we need to edit in place, select this again, pick new, and we could just select this one at the top. So it doesn't change the location. So that's how I did it. And then here we need to add in some doors again. So let's unpin this and change it to a door. And we might do this on others as well. This one. And then with the same material. So 2 of each. And mostly I'm just estimating the midpoint of where the rooms are. So here I'm just going to select this one and check here and then change it to the material. Here we have an opening, so I'll probably just add in one because this is overlapping to there, to that space. And here unchecked, and then here as well. And there we go. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to our level 1 just to change the orientation of the doors. We could open this up more or this side more so that we could add one more of this, and then we could just move this like that. So we should be consistent with how many doors we have. So I'm just gonna change that and then flip this. Okay, so now let's go back here, and then I just want to add the same features like that. So we need to go to our north elevation, and then here luckily we have that detailed in order for us to see where we should add this. Edit in place, and then we're going to create the same extrusion, pick a plane, and then basically pick the plane on the adjacent panel so that it doesn't do anything else. Like for us, it got flipped. I'm going to extend it all the way to the other panel and then align it at the top. And then again, let's add all the way up right here and then align it from this. So we need to be consistent. Remove this, SL, that's split element, and then TR. And then move this one a bit at the side so that we have an entrance there. I'm gonna try and copy this. Let's see if it will allow us to have multiple. So I'm gonna copy and then let's just try and select it from one of the corners right here. And then let's see. I'm going to click on finish, which it's possible. So now I'm going to edit this and then click on copy multiple. And then the only problem we will gonna be facing is the one in the circular area. So we could just add multiple like here. And then once we go here, this is the problem now. Let's click on finish and let's look at it in 3D. So as you can see, we were able to add it right there. But now, because all of them have its own, what do you call this, plane, but now this circular area, so we will have a problem with 3 of this. So what we could do is, we could click model in place, look for generic model again. This will be number 2. And then let's choose or set the plane, pick a plane, which is, let's set this one right here. Once we set it there, the adjacent panel with the door handles. So the problem is it doesn't give us option now. So I'm gonna try and do this right here. So this one doesn't, it's giving us a problem because it's not in the correct panel plane. But that's fine, we could just void it afterwards. Okay, we could create a void and then we could just extend this. So here the problem now is aligning it to the correct height. There we go, we were able to do that. And then here we need to extend it all the way to the other panel. So I'm going to click it right here to estimate it. AL. So align it. Same height now. Click finish. We need to delete this. So here, and then SL, split element, TR, trim and extend. Now click finish. Now we need to extend this backward. So what we could do is we could go to our level 1. So now we need to extend this a bit and then extend it like that. But we need to void them. I know it's a weird situation where we need to extend this, and then I believe we could use the void extrusion to fix our problem. Let's void it right here. And then we could just void it there. So that's done for that. And then maybe we could add another void to make this circular. And then click finish. And then now let's go to 3D. And then pull it up like that all the way. And then click on cut. So now it looks nice. So we were able to clean it up like that. In that sense, this has a little bit of um, turn, and this will be fine. So now we need to do it on here as well. So 1, 2, and 3. So here on the third one, we don't have a problem with that. So with this, I believe this is the south. No, this is the north. Let's try west. Yes, this is the west part. So we have this one. So here, let's do it again. So another generic model. And then extrusion. Pick a plane beside. And then here, we need to add. So first, let's just add it first, and then we could just edit the height again, because we're gonna base it from what is, so SL first, TR, and then let's go to 3D to check the height. So that's good. Let's go and check that height with that height. So this is 250, but I think what we did here, so let's edit. I want to know what, so 250 is good enough, because we just want to make sure that this is thick enough, but this one is different because we need to void it. So 2 more. So what we could do is we could do it on this model in place again, generic model, extrusion. You need to click on set, pick a plane, always the one beside the door. Okay, so that's good. That is set already, and then now let's create the opening, and similar to what we did, we're gonna edit that, and then align, and then align right here, AL. Okay, and then delete the small one, and then SL, and then TR. And then now click finish, and then here what we could do is go to level 1, and then we need to extend it on both sides in order for it to touch the back, and then here we could just move this one like that. And then now create void form, void extrusion. We need to click on this, and then end like that. And then now we just need to close those by using, so basically we don't need to have those right there. And then here as well, we want it to be nice. Okay. Perfect. And then let's change it. Okay. And then now click finish and then go to 3D and then pull it up and then cut geometry and then click finish. And then lastly, we need to do it this time. Model in place, generic model, and then click on extrusion, set it, pick a plane, and then the one beside. Once you do that, click on rectangle, go over here, and then just add it like that for now, because we're going to add it. You could see the height from one of here, and then one of here. Click right here, click on tab, delete, type in SL, split element, press escape, TR, that's for trim and extend. After this, press escape, go back to level 1, check it right here, you need to click finish. Extend it back, and then extend it forward. And then with the angle, click on create, void form, void extrusion. We need to remove the arc right here. Okay, so that's deleted. Click right here. Oops, so delete that. Click on right there. So that's deleted. And then after that, click on radius start and then delete it like that. After this, click on like that and then click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D and then pull it up and then cut geometry. It's perfect. Click on finish and we're done with the design right here. So the next thing we could do is add in the sheet. So let's go to cover page. So click on cover page and then let's clean this up first. So delete, close inactive views. And then once you've done that, you need to go to 3D view. This will be our cover page. Add the 3D view right here. So you add it right here. And then here we could select that and then no title so that we don't need to see that. So here in 3D view, let's see if we could zoom this out, or that's the limit for this. If you render this, what will happen is you will be able to create an image that you can just add it here and you can actually size it up so you can make it bigger. But usually in cover page, you will have drawing list here, general notes, and different kinds of notes. If you're electrical notes, mechanical notes, architecture notes, and all those stuff. You could also have legends here, schedules, and those kind of stuff. So most of the time, um, you will have a picture and those kind of information. First floor, let's click on that. After that, go to level 1 and then just add it right there. It looks like it's too big, so press escape. You need to go to level 1 in order to change. So here, what we could do is show crop region. In order to do that, we need to just use this so that we could crop the area only. Because I believe 1:100 maybe is sufficient enough. After that, click on this again, hide crop region. You can also have it right here. So crop region visibility, you will be able to turn it on and on using here. After that, go to first floor again, click on level 1, and then here, as you can see, it's still too big. So we're gonna delete that. So delete again. And now we need to change let go to level 1 and change the scale to 1:200. Now let's see if it's perfect, which is good. And then here, this is saying level 1, but you can actually just click on that and you will be able to change the view name. So here we could put first floor and then click on apply. So here we said no because actually undo that. What we could do is select that and then here first floor, click on apply, and then here you want to rename the corresponding levels and views. If you press yes, it will change, but if you do it again, so undo that, so let's select that first floor, click apply, so that's the view name, so click on no. Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. Click on copy, undo it, now select here, and now title on the sheet. Maybe this is the one that we could just, so there we go. So the title on the sheet is the one that you need to change, so that you just change it right here, not on the floor plan. So that's good. I just made a mistake on that. So now this is 1:200. Now we need to maintain the same scale on level 2 and 3. So in level 2, you need to go here and change it to 1:200. And then after that, you need to go back to second floor, sheet, and then drop it there. You'll be able to put it here in the middle. And then you need to go here again, select here, and then title on the sheet. This will be first or second, sorry. Click on apply. Second. Click on here and then click on apply. Now it's good. And then click on level 3. And then here we need to change it to 1:200 again. And then we could just leave on. So we need to double check everything. And then go to level 3. So third floor, I want that name. So I'm just gonna copy that, and then we're just gonna drop in level 3. And then click on here. I want the title on the sheet to be different. So there we go. Third floor. If you don't want the elevation VG, I think it's on the annotation, elevation markers. So here, uncheck that, apply, and then OK. I believe we need to change that onto level 3. We need to hide this. So VG, annotate, and then elevation. There we go. It disappeared, and it disappeared here as well. So you can do that as well so that it doesn't show the elevation tags. And then let's go and click on elevation. I created 2 sheets for elevation because I know we need to add in a north elevation first. So let's see the scale. So this is too big. So now we need to go to each and every one of them. And we might change it to 1:500 or 200. Let's see 200 first. And then let's see. I think it's still too big. Okay, so now let's change this to 1:500. And then we could create a custom. So now it's too big because of the floor. But what we could do is we could go to north elevation and then we could select show crop region. We need to crop it first in order to make it look good on our drawing. So I'm cropping it right here and there. And then after that, click on hide crop. Check. Now we just need to fix. So I'm gonna add a north, and then here you will need to select this first, move it onto the location that you want, select this again, so select the view again, and in order for this one to be dragged. So you need to do that sequence before you do anything else, or else you just keep on clicking and it's not moving, or it's not being able to be dragged. So there's a process just to move this or to drag this. So even though if you just click it, as you can see, it's not draggable, but you will need to select this in order for this to be dragged. So you will need to clean up. After that, let's go to east elevation. Change this to 1:500. And then as you can see, we need to clean up. So click on show crop region and then drag it again, similar to what we did. And then right here as well. It's just lagging a bit, but that will be fine. What we could do is we could stretch it upwards as well. There we go. And then now hide crop region and then go to elevation again and then drag east. So we could do side by side like that. So that's the reason why I wanted to add two of them. So here, what we could do is we could pull this one down. So select that first, and then right here. As you can see, we have the numbering. Of course, you need to add in the numbering in sequence. Here's the numbering 1 and 2. It depends on which one you added first. So now let's go to the second elevation, which is sheet number A106. And then here we need to add in south. So double click on south first. We need to clean that up. Let's change this to 1:500. And as you can see, there's a lot here. So click on show crop region. Zoom out, click here, and then drag it. And then drag it right here. And then hide. Let's go to west as well. Let's clean this up first before we drag this. 1:500. And then show crop region. Zoom out. And then just click on those. After that, show height, and then click on elevation again, and then now we just need to drag them. So one here, and then one on the other side. So that's perfect. Lastly, the section. So double click on the section, click close inactive, and then here we need to go to our level 1. I'm just gonna create two of them. So section 1 will be in the middle like that, and then section 2 is going down right here. So same idea, section 2 will be going like that. After this, go down to section, which is right here. Double click on that. And then here we just need to change this to 1:500 again. And then here, that's good enough for me. We'll see later on if it will need to be changed. Here as well, 1 is to 500, and then click on this. Go back to section, and then just drag section number 1 and section number 2. After that, I'm gonna just show you if you guys want to add in like numbers, description, and date. For example, if you're gonna send like a tender, you can go here under view, click on revision. You could add one of this, which should be here. You could add in the date. So here, for example, 2022 04 23 issued for tender or per permit, for example. And then here you could just leave it like that, click apply, and then OK. Now you need to go to each and every one of this. If you put in a revision cloud, it will automatically be added. But if not, you will need to go here, edit, click on that. It will appear right here, issue for permit, and with the date. Go here. So that's how we do it. Third, here we could just move it. That's because of the section. Click on click here. Edit. So just press escape. And then just keep on going to. So you shouldn't be selecting in order for that to be appeared. You should be on the sheet only. Yeah, so just select. If you click anything, just press escape, and then you need to be on under sheet. And then right here, edit, right that. Now, if you need to print all of the sheets, so what you can do is click on your printer. This is my printer, for example. What I need is I will combine multiple selected views in one single file. So that's very important. If you click here, sometimes it will shift here, but you just need to click this back on. After that, select, and then here you will need to uncheck views because this is all the views that you have. But what is important is the sheet. So uncheck this, and then here you will need to select everything. So select one, hold on shift, select on the bottom, and then check. You'll be able to check everything. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna put full set. So at least once I change this to a different one, the full set will represent all of this. So now you just need to press OK and then OK. So here default, what size you want and whatever you want. So that's how you do it. What we have, I believe, is A2, and then click on print, and then OK. So once you save it, it will look like this. And then now you have something that looks like this. We have section, we have elevation, and we have third floor, for second and first floor, and the cover page. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize everything. Like we created the sheets and then we added some decorative pieces. And then now we could actually move this to Twinmotion. But before that, what you have to do is we need to change this to fine, which I already did. And then you need to save your project first before exporting. So now that you finish saving, you can then now click on your Twinmotion, plug in, and then see in Twinmotion. And then once it's finished synchronizing, we just need to click on New Project and then press OK. So once you export everything, let's look at our building. You can change your speed when you're using WASD. If you press number 4, and it will greatly increase the speed. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you can choose. What I do first is go to settings, and then I change the camera, and then I always turn this on. Go to visual effects, color gradient, and I change this to, you can choose whatever you want here, but I usually like the blue tint. And then after that, you need to go here. I do go to my lighting, and then I like the background already. So if you want to change the background, you need to go to location, and then here you can click and change different kinds of background, because this background is in the setting of buildings as well. So I'll just leave it like that. And then after this, go back here into settings, and then go to lighting, and then you can turn on the sky dome. It will give you a much beautiful settings, sky, different sky, and then it will greatly help with the bounce of light as well. And then make sure you save your project first, because there's a big chance the program will crash. So just to be safe, uh, just save it, and then any chance you can save, please save. So I'm gonna save this. So here I'm saving it to the location that I want. And then once you're done, let's change a sky dome. So now what we could do is we could change the background. I'm gonna press number 3 so that it doesn't shift too far. So the speed is good enough. And then here, um, let's try low sun, overcast, and then choose one of here. It's a good idea to sign in. So just click on the burger menu and then sign in. As you can see, it's already signed in once I just click that, because once you sign in first, and every time you just click on that, it will register all your information, and then it's easier to sign in after that. In order to sign in or to download some stuff right here from the cloud, you'll need to be signed into your account, Epic account. So here, once you choose one of this, you will need to download. So as you can see, there's a download arrow. So if you click one of that, it will start downloading the background. And then once it's finished, it will look like this without any download icon on the side. So you basically just need to drag it from here, and then the background will change, and then the feel will change. So as you can see, it feels different when you have that. So let's wait for this one, and then let's just pull it down. This one, I've used it before, so that's why it's already ready. So it just takes a while to load, but once it load, you just need to drag it. I'm gonna try the noon as well, because this one, it has a different feel. And then let's try this one as well. I think for this setting, it needs to be um, bright or just perfect enough. Probably this one will give it a perfect view. And then here, you can change the intensity and then the rotation. And just give it a second. And then you could basically rotate the background so that you will be able to see where the sun comes in. So here it's just lagging. So here this one's it looks perfect. I like the way it bounced the light, and then you could just rotate this in order to see where the light or the sun is coming. So something like that or at the back will give a good feel. And then obviously we're gonna put buildings at the back as well. Um, so now let's start adding some materials. So here is the material that comes with Twinmotion. And then we also have QuickSell Megascan. In order to use QuickSell Megascan, you need to sign in, which we did already. So here, what I usually change first is the glass. So click on glass. I use two-sided glass. And then here, I increase the opacity. And then I change the glass to black. If you want, you could change it to blue, depending on what you want. So that's up to you to decide which color you want for the glass. And obviously, you can make it darker, and then the opacity, you won't be able to see what's inside. So let's just add it like that. And as you can see, it looks very nice. That circular um, view looks very nice. And then what we could do more is we could change the materials for this. So here we need something black. So let's add a chrome finish. And then from that chrome finish, let's turn this to black. So the black and white contrast from the baluster gives it a good feel. And then here we could change this one as well. And then if we want, we could change the materials for this as well. So here, another metal material. So I already thought of this before um, choosing the blue color. But here, I'm just gonna add, and then I'm gonna increase. So maybe this one is better because it has a bigger um, sizing, and then I scale it a bit, and then let's change the materials to gray. So that looks very elegant, just a simple but elegant image right there. So it doesn't matter where it's located, but so that's good. I just want to double check settings. So we need to turn this on. Make sure to turn that on because for some reason it's not turned on. And then let's just change the paneling size. I think that's better. And then here, let's click on one of the mullions and double check the metalness. And then here, I just want to see if it's dark. Will it looks nice? Or just leave it like that. Let's make it just gray so that it's not overpowering. So that's good. And then here, maybe we could just change this material. I'm I'm thinking of a different materials. Yeah, just let's just leave it a different materials instead. So just undo that. It doesn't look good if it's red. And then here, I don't know what's going on here, but it gave it the 2 mullions. So that's fine. We could just go back and then and it's not that noticeable, so we don't need to worry. What matter is the look of the building, and it's really quite nice. I like the eclipse look. And then this one, we could change this one as well. So let's change the materials. Let's try this aluminum. Or instead of that, let's try this. And then change it to something gray. Press OK. Metalness is on. So that's good enough. And then now for the road, let's go to ground and then man-made. And then here we need to add in concrete. Let's try a different. I always like this one for the sidewalk. And then for the concrete road. Let's try and differentiate that. And then let's add in some backgrounds. So, and then we need some backgrounds here as well. So what you can do is for the background, you can go to 3D warehouse. So just Google 3D warehouse, which I did. And then you could add in models from here. So buildings. You could even click on modern building. And then from here, um, just go to models. And you'll be able to download this and then import it to our building. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this modern building 3 just to show you guys. You need to sign in and everything is free. So here, once you sign in, you just need to click on the version model. You could choose the most recent. It doesn't matter because once you import it, you just need to import it to Twinmotion. Then go to the folder, show in folder, and then you just need to um, import it to your building or to your Twinmotion. For example, click here, import, and then click open, and then go to that folder for the downloads folder. So here, click on residential apartment building, the ones that we downloaded, and then click on import. Once you import that, it will go to the first one like this. What I usually do so that it will be easier for me in the future is to click it here, right click, and then add to user library. So once you do, go to your user library. It will be going to be in the lower portion right here, and then you just need to drag it again. I know the point of origin is messed up. What you do is click it here and then pivot edit. So here you'll be able to drag this one and move it near it so that you can grab it from the nearest. So here after that, you'll be able to drag it perfectly like that. So now we could just click it here. And then what I do is I just move it just a little bit. And then obviously what we could do is we could put it in place like that. And then we could edit this later on in Twinmotion. So most of the time, let's click on this and then change the road similar to that so that it's not noticeable anymore. But we still have that. And then now you can just delete this because it's already in your user library. So you just need to do that. So you can keep on downloading different kinds of building. And as you can see, there's a lot of them. There's tons that you can just download and then import it to your building so that you will have a more rich rendering. So here I'm gonna choose this as well. and then I'm gonna choose this. Maybe this one as well. And the more, the better, because it will look nicer. It looks populated, and then obviously different backgrounds at the back, and then you just need to import those again. Here, we already choose this. Let's try this one, and then it's better if we could just here. What I use imported material. You could use both, but I usually just click that one, and then there. What you could do is you could go and click here. Make sure that this is closed because there's a lot of information right here from SketchUp. Make sure that's to click here and just move it. As you can see, the scaling is not good. So what I got to do is just delete it. And then we're just gonna delete all of this later on. Here as well. Import. Use imported materials or keep both. We can just keep both if you want. We could just press OK, and then we have our building as well here. Zoom out, click this arch building, and then we could just move it at the back. Why at the back? Because we need some. So now change your speed to number 4. So just click number 4. So at least we have a smaller building at the back that we could just use. So now here, type in 90, or let's undo that. 90 again, 90. I think the best one is the one that we got before. So I'm just thinking of what is the best angle. What we could do is we could just don't um, don't lower it anymore. Let's see if we could just add. So click here and then just drag this so that it has the same materials, and I think it's still gonna be noticeable. So we could just drop it a little bit. Obviously, it's a good idea to um, just extend this, and then obviously here we need to extend as well. Even your building, you'll be able to add it in your user library just in case you want to use it in the future. So I have some, for example, this is the mixed use building that I did before, the NL building. I have that as well. This is the low rise condominium that I did as well. We can also add it here. So in order for you to have beautiful renderings, you will need to create more of your um, user library. And here, as you can see, I was able to add my building as well. So I just drop it a little bit so that it doesn't flashes. The flashes starts when there's an overlapping plane. And then here we could just put one building there. And then I have a couple of more buildings that I've done before. So you could use that basically. Um, you need to increase more. And then here are some SketchUp buildings that I already made a user. So here that looks much better. Just to add that. And then another building. So to increase more. one more of this with turn different, and then here we could just increase more because of the background. We could just place it right here, and then all of this building is from um, from SketchUp as well. So you just need to download buildings that you like there, and then just populate everything. So here we could have a nice building image like this, and then we need to add more building here so that it looks populated, and then we need to add in cars and everything that um, a modern city has. So we could just add more, probably a bigger building. We could add a bigger building right here. um, I did some massing, um, and then those buildings you can also make a user library from there. So this is um, one of the buildings that I did, um, the Gherkin building. So it looks massive here, but you'll be able to add those buildings at the background. So that one is massive, but it looks nice at the back. So we could just put it right here. And then there's a couple of more buildings. We could have this. So just add. I want a simple building right here. So that it's not overpowering. And then just drop that. There we go. So at least it looks populated. And then with the background like that, that looks nice. So what we can do is just extend this. This one we can extend as well, just a little bit. So we could go to our Revit. So go to your Revit, zoom out, and then here, select this, edit boundary. What we could do is go to your level 1, extend both of this. So I'm just estimating, basically. Extend this, select that, and then here I'm just gonna select holding your control button, and we're just going to drag this. And then we forgot about that, but don't worry, we could just align those. So AL, so click on this first, and then here, and then click finish. You want to make sure to save it before going back to 3D to submit it back to Twinmotion. So here, see in Twinmotion, once you're saved, and then this will refresh. Just give it a second. It will synchronize again, as you can see. And then from there, we could just add on. I always think, so now we're gonna do is we're just gonna change this material right here. I believe this is glass, so we should put in a glass material. So I'm just gonna do maybe a glass right here, increase the opacity and change the color to regular. So that's good. We have this ones as well. And look at that view. It looks nice. We could take a picture like that or like this as well. So we just need to add more stuff. Like I said, populate the area with some trees for the sidewalk. If we're gonna add a tree, I think we need to extend this a bit more. So I'm just gonna go back to Revit and maybe we could just increase that more. Edit boundary, go back to right here. And then I'm gonna click on that because I don't know why it's not showing the other side. So let me figure that out. So for some reason it's not showing the other side. So I'm just gonna extend it manually right here. So by extending that, I could just copy and align everything. And then here as well, edit boundary, AL, okay, click finish. And then what we could do here is edit the background right here. And then we need to adhere to the same. So let's extend this. And then here we could just delete this. Because we have the base. So now save it again. Make sure to save your Twinmotion as well. And then see in Twinmotion. So now we have that. And then probably let's just add more buildings at the back. So just go to your go to 3D warehouse and add in more buildings, much better. I have this building, this is too small, so I'm just gonna delete that. Let's go to this building. I'm just adding more. Just go down here, click on this one again. The CCTV from China building. can add that as well. But this one is too big. I don't want to add it. I just add building there. The absolute world tower. Add it there. And some smaller buildings right here. And just keep on laying buildings to populate the background. Okay. Press escape. And that looks good. So we're gonna continue working on this on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this building. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we imported this to Twinmotion from Revit, and now we're gonna continue working on this. I showed you guys how to download some buildings from 3D Warehouse, which you will be able to use so that you could populate your rendering. And then now, as you can see, we have this, and then we could then add in more of the for example, vehicles, and then we can add in grass right here, and then some trees. So what you could do is you could go here in tools, and then we could add in, sorry, not in tools, but in terms of material, you could go right here, objects, and then primitives, and then here we could add in a starting ground, or not the starting ground, we could just add in or place in a plane, which is we could change the size. So clicking on your tab, it will change to this, and then from there um, we could just add a grass right here, put it down a bit, and then just scale it a bit like that, so that we don't need to go to Revit again just to change this. And then now we could just add in grass. So go to home, sorry, not home, materials, and then ground, and then we have nature here, and then we could just add grass. This is for the background anyway, so we could just add in those. We can also add grass right here at the top, so we have a roof garden. But if we're gonna do that, might as well do it in Revit. This one, we're just doing this because we could add in trees so that it's not that too much. So we could just add trees that are big, So we can add that right there and spread it a bit and then change it up. And give a smaller one. Just for background sake. And then obviously we're going to add more onto this side. Here we could actually expand it more. It looks like we have some rooms onto this area. So we could expand it right here. So that's depending on what you want, you could expand it like that. And then we could just move it a bit there. And then just adding some trees on the side like that. That will give it more context. So you have some park right there. And then obviously we're gonna add in trees on the front. So instead of adding this tree, what I usually do is go here into our objects, city, and then here we have planters. I like this one because we have this right there. This is too big. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this one and maybe we could make it smaller. So just double click on that and then we could decrease the size so that it's not overpowering on this one. So keep on changing your speed. So I'm just going to 2, 4, or 3 so that it's not too much. So here I'm just gonna add around 10, just one, and then here I'm just gonna add it like that, 15, and then after that 10 again. So probably 3 more and then by 10 meters. So looks like we still have room. So probably 2 more and then 10. So that's perfect. So to add more, and then here let's go to the other side. So hold on shift and then drag it on the other side, but you still need to select that. So here just press OK, and then from here just add a bit more, similar to 10 meters, and then here let's add probably 8 more so that it goes all the way there at the ends. As you can see, we went over here, so we could just select and then we could just drag this one. So select this, change to tab, and then we could just pull this back a little bit, and then we could just make it a bit bigger for this space, tab, and then pull this back so it's inside. And then here we could just move the trees right about here, and then let's double check the other side. Change your speed so that you go fast, and I think that's good enough. And then now just double check everything, like the view. Here again we could add in another one, of this, but a lot smaller. So just a copy, not the instant. So we could have green space in our area, and then just add in some trees. So go back to vegetation, trees, and then just add. So multiply, add different kinds of tree in the space that you provided. So it doesn't need to be, you just need to scatter them. It's not something that is going to be visible too much, but at least we've added it. And then right here, we could click on this one again, click on the tree, sorry, decrease the speed, click on the tree, move it on the other side, so move it more. Okay, and then now increase, and then make some copies around 8 again, and then 10 meters in between. Okay, that's perfect. And then now when we go onto our background, you will see it like that. I'm gonna click on this, and then I want my starting ground to be the same so that we don't have batches anymore, and this will be consistent. I'm gonna click this one, the pole, and then from here I'm gonna undo this. So I was wondering if I could just remove this, just add, we don't need this pole. So you need to undo this, and unfortunately this will be deleted as well. So anything that is with the same, it's not noticeable anyway, so I'm just gonna undo those. Still looking good, doesn't look like something is missed, but in case you don't want it, you can just leave it as well, just to be safe that nothing is missing. So we could just leave it like that, and maybe we could just copy or delete it from the SketchUp. So at least we have some vegetation at the background. We could add one more right here on the side. So create a copy, and then make a copy, and then here we could just move it onto this side, and then same thing, add in some trees. Okay, just to add more. Okay, so that's good enough. And then here, let's go to objects, city again, and then we could add in street light. So same idea, we need to add street lights onto the corner. So 90 degrees on that. Select, and then here, let's add it first individually because we have an entrance there. And then after that, around 10 meters. And then I believe we did this one around 8. Yeah. And then let's just look what we did. And obviously it went over. So we could just delete this. Delete this. And then here we could just move this one and then hold on shift again and then move it on the side. So 10, and then here we could just add in around 10 as well. So it goes all the way up there. And then let's do it on this side as well. So move it back, hold shift, and then add one, and then hold on shift again. Let's add probably 8 and then 10 meters each. So that's perfect. We have this. We could add it on this side as well. And I don't know if you guys want to add some trees here as well, but that depends on you now if you want to add. It's probably a good idea so that it doesn't it looks populated as well. So let's add on each side right here, and then select both of them and then hold shift and push it back right there. This is again 10 meters and then around 20 of them all the way there. So that looks nice. That looks populated. I have a feeling that we need to add one more building here so that to cover. So it looks much better when we're doing a shot. So I'm planning to have a shot like that, and then or it will be hidden from the what you call this vehicles that we're gonna add as well. Okay, so move this back, and then now we need to add in some vehicles. So need to add some cars. So just drag and drop some cars. This one needs to be rotated. So rotate 90 degrees or 180, sorry, so that we could park it onto this spot. We need to scoot it from the sidewalk, and then so in order for the same rotation, you just need to do what I did. And then so that we don't need to keep on um, rotating in manually, because that takes time. We just need to keep on adding vehicles. So for this one, it doesn't rotate. So let me do that again. So this one, we could just do it manually to avoid wasting time. And like I said, make sure that you move it, something like that. And just keep on adding. Change the color as well. So silver, now add in some red. Here, change the color to green, or not green, apple green is too much, maybe gray. This one we already have a white, so change this to blue. That looks nice. And then add in more, 180, and then a different color, dark red. We need to skip, and then here let's add in another one. So you just need to keep on adding. This one's brown, and then a van, 180, and that's good. We could have that. And then obviously we need to add in somewhere right here on the side. $90. And this is something that it will take some time to do, but it's a must so that it looks nice on your rendering. It looks realistic to have. So whatever's the rotation, I put it in the same one. Then add it on different buildings. This building as well. And then change the material, turquoise, just to change that up. Let's add it here through the park. Add it on this side. Let's add in some beige. And then here as well, let's change it up to a bus. This one, let's go 180. This one needs to be right there. Then we have some trucks. On this side. And then let's add in some trucks at the back of our building from our receiving. So as you can see, $180 or $90. Okay, so it's backing up on that. And then on the side as well, we need to change it up. So add in more cars in front of them. Let's change this color. Then blue. So that looks nice. Let's do 180 here. And then let's add in more here. That looks nice. Added some here, some cars. So all of them are white. So change it up. Dark blue. Maybe we could just add more right here. So click here, shift, and then just place it right there. Just to be fast, we can copy what we added already. And then we could copy basically here as well, so that we don't need to keep on adding. We could just add it on the other side. Hold on shift and then move it on the other side. Press OK first because you still be able to drag it. It's going to be out of screen, that's why it's easy to just move it right there for now. And then here what we could do is we could just place this one onto this first. So this side is done. And then now keep on selecting everything. So hold on control button and then move this one all together. And then here what we could do is we could add in as well some trees just to add more depth. And then hold on shift and then add one more right here on the side. Let's add them all together. So select the tree and then the other tree. And then hold on shift, push it right there. 10, and then this one probably is 10 as well. There we go. Now it looks nice. It looks populated as well. So any angle that we created, we could have it like that. This one looks nice because it looks like a bridge for a double crossing. So I'm very fond of this building at the back. And then once we take an image, it will be like that. We need to cover our space on the sides as well so that it doesn't show the emptiness there. So we could do it like that, our building, and then in front as well. So in front, we could just create something like that. Change your speed to 3 so that it's not that fast. And then here we could just do that. We could see all of the elements that we created. And then we see the whole building. So now, if you want to take a picture, so we just need to review our settings because this is the settings that will adhere to all the images. But in each images, you will be able to change some of the factors. But for now, what we could do is we could change the exposure level. So that one looks nice. Sun intensity, let's decrease it a bit. So around 15 is good. And then ambient, increase it a bit. Maybe we could increase it to 1 to have a better view like that. And then white balance. And then you go to camera, visual effects, color gradient, and then here we could change the contrast and then the saturation. So here we could have this image of the building. We want isometric as well. And then you just need to go here into media and then click on image and then take an image. So create image, click on that. And then after that, you will be able to review your image, and then you can move it backwards or forwards. So now what you need to do is click on refresh so that it will change, and then once you select, it will change it back there. Because once you move or once you don't move, if you want it, if you want to register that, you need to click on refresh. If you don't click refresh, you will just go back to the image that you set first. So that's very important to know. Here we could just do this. I want to make sure that I covered those empty spaces. And then from here, I could just click image. So that's good. And then obviously we need an image on this side as well. So, but you want to make sure that not to overpower those, because again, the emptiness won't look nice on the image. So usually it's like that. Go backwards a little bit. You could change your speed to number 2 so that you will be able to handle the speed and it's not overpowering. I want to go downwards more and then click image again. So if, for example, you want to change the settings, if you want it to be with rain, what you can do is you will need to create an image, or you can do is click the menu and duplicate the image if you like this, for example. If you want that, you could select this, duplicate. It will be duplicate as another image number 1 on this side. And then here you could click on more, and then you could change the weather. So if you want it to be raining, and then if you want it to be snowing, you need to change it like that. So as you can see, it will fill with snow. And then from there, you just need to click on this, and then you'll be able to see that it will change on that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo that, and I don't want the duplicate, so I'm just gonna delete that. I'm very fine with this 3 and maybe one zoom in. So I'm gonna change my speed to 3. And I'm going to picture it like that. So here you just need to create image again. This is the zoom in. And you want to make sure you covered everything. So create image again like that, and maybe an image at the top. But this one will be difficult. So let's see how we can do it. Yeah, this is difficult angle. What we could do, change the speed so that we could maneuver. Okay, now change to number 3. We could change it like that. So cover the empty space. This will look good as well. Okay, so click image, create. And I just want to double check if the blue is good enough, or it's better to have a darker. So I'm just gonna cancel that, and then I'm just gonna leave it like that. It's up to you if you want to change it to a darker blue, black, or whatever. So here I'm finished. So I could just render this, and then if you want to create a video, you'll be able to just select here and then create a video. So let me show you guys how I do it. So here, this is a nice starting point. Create a video, going zoom. Let's zoom, sorry. So here, let's move it to the center like that. Refresh it again so that it will adhere to the changes that you did. So, and then now I just want to move it closer to that, and then click create keyframe. So if you want to review it, it will be smooth like that. Okay. If you want, you could add in traffic, so moving cars, so that it will look realistic. But that's up to you. So for me, I just want to add that one first, just to show you how to create video. And then from there, change your, you can change your frame. So like this, and then click on new video part. So that will be part 2 now. Move it like that, and then click it here. Then review it again. So that's perfect. If you want to make it shorter, slower, you need to increase the part length. But I think that's perfect enough. So 10 seconds. And then here, what I could do is I could click a new part again, going up like that. So now let's review that and check the speed. That's very slow. What I'm gonna do is you can stop it for now and then change this to probably 8 seconds. So now it will be faster. And it doesn't show the emptiness at the back. So that's perfect. So another thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click it like that, create a new video. I'm gonna rotate it, and I'm usually mindful at the background because I don't want to show the emptiness. So I'm gonna click it here, but we're not yet done. I'm gonna click it like that. So now there's 3 parts of the keyframe. Review it again. So it's gonna turn around like that. So that's perfect. You know what I'm gonna do at the back here, because I can still see some of that. I'm gonna create or just gonna push this one at the back like that, so that there's something here. And don't worry, it's gonna be showing on the image again, so you don't need to refresh those. And then let's just add some trees so that it will look nice at the back. Just add trees at the back right here. So just click here, click multiple, so that once you click here, it will change different trees. So you don't need to do what I'm doing before, but it's something that is going to be random. So now, when we review this one, at least we have something at the back there with trees and everything. This one, I'm still not convinced here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click here and add more. So here I'm just going to add probably maybe 10 more so that it will go over here, and then 10 meters again. And I think it's better if we could just add in some cars again. Just to populate the space. Obviously, we need to space it out, change some color. Okay, just keep on adding and change the color. Okay, change it to red. You need some red there. And then here we could just add a big truck right there. And then here we could add in another bust. And then here some cars again. So I'm just estimating that, so it's up to you guys to deal with it. And then let's go back to the video. So now what we have is this. I'm just reviewing it. Most of the time I do my video under 1 minute. So I have the normal frame or normal size resolution, and then I do a short video. So same thing, I just copy. So I need to change the color there just to yellow, and that's perfect. And then let's go back. So the way that I create shorts, I'm gonna show it to you. So here we could basically duplicate this. You go to more and change the resolution to custom, and then click more. After that, I usually change this to 700 and then here 1000. So that's my short now. But I always go back and review this. I usually name it, for example, rename shorts. And then after that, you need to go back because in shorts, when you change the resolution, it looks so far now. So sometimes I redo the keyframes or the videos that I create. Sometimes I change the height and those kind of stuff. So you need to do that when you're creating shorts video like this. So I'm just gonna delete this because I'm not yet done with my regular video, which I call showcase. Now we could just go back here and then think of better angles. So for example, I'm gonna change the speed again right here. Usually I could do this. We could do something like that, but I don't like the emptiness there. So what I could do is I can move it right here and then create a new, and then I just move my camera up. But I'm gonna change this to probably 7 seconds. There we go. Now that's how easy it is to create videos from here. And then here we could just click on an image. I'm just gonna center this out. And then this one is just 4 seconds. So I do that as well. 4 seconds right there. And then probably let's create an angle where I have some overall shot. For this one, we could just do this. like that. Okay, that's good. I like that view. And then click new one and then handle it with that. I think that's good enough. But I just want to change this to 8 seconds. So it's fast enough. So I think this is good enough. We have, I can change this to 7. We could change this to 9. This one 8, this one 9 as well. And then what we could do is an end shot from here, from this side. So I'm just doing this, and then this will be the end shot. Click on the keyframe. There. And then go back at the end, and then like that. And this one, we could just do it as probably 5 seconds. So, or like 4 seconds will be good enough. So that's it. That's your final view. And then after that, I do it with the shorts. So I'm gonna duplicate this, rename this as show reel. This is how I do it. I just rename it. So you guys can rename it whatever you want. Shorts, and then click on more, custom, more here, and then change it to 700 by 1000. After that, go back to shorts, to the video, click here and review it. So now I need to review the one for the front, and then review it like that. Now that's better. And then go now to the next. This one is too far. Okay, so now refresh that as well. So now it looks like that instead of the one that is too far. Here, I think this is just perfect. This one is the turning, which looks nice. And that's perfect. And then if you guys want, click quit media, and then you guys can add in cars passing by. So the way you do it is here under context, paths, vehicle path, and then what you do is you just need to click on this one, and you could just add in a straight line like that. Oops. most of the time I go at the end, just a straight line. You can click more and then add all the way there. And then you can select that again and then hold on shift and then go and add in one more, but change direction for that here. So I selected that and then here reversed. Or you could do is, because we create, so let's try and just copy. So once you copy, once you click reversed, it will just reverse on that. Okay, so now here you can change, you can add in multiple lanes. And then we could just move this one onto that. And then here, change multiple lanes as well. And then move it like that. So that's perfect. So now there's some traffic. And then once you go to your video, it will be there as well. So once you're done, and then once you finalize everything, you can just click on this, select all as well, and then start exporting. So you'll be able to export everything. One thing I also do to have a better image is to turn on path tracing. This is another level. It depends on what kind of graphics do you have. Okay, so it will be available to you depending on the graphics card that you have. Once you click this, it will generate a big amount of graphics card energy, and it will render either very slow or very fast, and depending on the settings that you do. But the look of the image is very nice. The bounce of the light and everything, the materials is really good. So you can click on this, for example. So once you click that, it would look like it's gonna freeze, but it's not actually. And then here you need to change it to low, so that you can just review it. And then from here, what you need to go is you need to go to the image, and then from that image, or right here, from that image actually, sorry, you could change the bounce of the lights. So you can click here, turn on the path tracer, and then you could increase the shadows and also the lighting, the exposure level. So here, if you click that, for example, let's set this one to low so that it renders fast, but you will need to increase your exposure because this is too dark. And then sun intensity and then ambient, you need to play around with that so that it will look better. So here, as you can see, it looks nice. And that's just an example of how to use path tracer. And then the way you do it is you do it on low first so that it renders fast. And then once you finalize all the lighting, all the exposure, sun intensity, and ambient, you go and then click on high. And then once you you're finished, you just need to make sure that path tracer is on right here, and then click on export. But it will take longer to export or to render all the image. So it depends on you if you want to do that. But as you can see, the difference is so big in terms of the look of the image. That's just an example. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.